in mortuary sciences. A few years or many years in the future, you are going to be fighting for jobs like any other person. And some of the spaces that you will have to look into are the anatomy labs. Or some of you will have to open your own private mortuaries and morgues or funeral homes. If there's no law to protect that, don't be surprised that at some point in time, you might have to look for another person to license you, for you to find a favorable legal environment to practice. So part of what you have to do is that. And another recommendation which is not here is that don't forget to bring the stakeholders, number one, the opinion leaders in the cultural settings that we have, and there are so varied cultural settings we have in Kenya, and the religious groups. We know what the religious groups do during funeral management. In fact, a lot of activities that happen are done by the religious people. And I could not see that in the KEBS presentation yesterday, and I believe that is at the back of your mind. Having said that, I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation on behalf of Bernard Siwa. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Robert. Extend our appreciation to Daktari. Any questions or concerns that can be addressed by Robert on behalf of... let's have this microphone shared across. We're having a session for Q&A. There's a gentleman there from Coast Region. Yes, please. Kindly, HOD, you can note them down, then we can have answers thereafter.
Good morning.
Morning.
My concerns are, according to the facilitator, was Justin of the ground, who has been talking about morticians, at the moment, having no space when it comes to anatomy and prevention of food. So, what is the way forward? That's one.
Okay, thank you.
I want the facilitator to explain to us differences and distinctive differences between more funeral, more mortuary. Thank you.
Thank you. They are being noted down. Any other concern or question? Robert, you can answer the two while we are waiting for any other.
Thank you very much. I will answer the first question, and the second one I'll leave to my friend Vincent Musumo to take on my behalf. So about, I didn't say there is no space, there is space, but that space is not supported very clearly with the law. Okay? It's like you are doing a business and you're making profit, but there's nothing clear in the law of Kenya that defends you should you find yourself at loggerheads with somebody. Okay? For example, you see the Anatomy Act and the Corona Act. We know very well that morticians take a very active role in the two, for example, investigation of deaths, and that is in the curriculum. Again, we take a very active role in anatomy labs, in supporting the departments, and also sometimes even teaching the students. But now when you look at those two acts, there is no definite role of a mortician.
Thank you. My name is David from Coast Region. I want to assist in answering the question by colleague from Coast. I think on the issue of the roles, Felix, if I can remember, Professor Felix can remember very well. I told Professor Felix to engage the lawmakers to draft a bill so that the bill can be taken to the parliament, and an act of parliament can pass, and then all can come an act of parliament so that it can address the issues of morticians, so that they can be recognized in Kenya, in East Africa, and the general world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent.
Okay, morning everyone again. I want to just say two things. One, this is a new course, and we all agree, right? This is a new course, and it may be new even in Africa, perhaps a country in South Africa which is doing the same. Conferences here. We come here, we share ideas, it spurs us to take action. Lawmaking is a consultative process. You cannot leave that to one person to go and define roles which you are supposed to partake. We are supposed to engage ourselves. We come up with what we think will fit within our portfolio, and from there we are able to present, we lobby. And actually, Chair, you have much to do with your team. The only thing you need is teamwork. You need to start finding out the lawmakers where they are, talk to them, so that they can go to the parliament and present this, and it is made as an act of parliament. Otherwise, you cannot designate to me, for example, as a trainer, to go and lobby for the law. That will, I may do that, but it may have challenges, which will come back to me and you say, in another conference, mbona mliachia wale watu wenye practice mortuary kupeleka hizo vitu huko. So it must be an all-inclusive process, a consultative process. And that has happened before. We have seen so many laws, including the Corona bill that was mentioned here of 2017. It was a very consultative process. It doesn't include a mortician. Why? Because by then, we didn't have this course. Many people were practicing, but they were not trained. And for those who are trained, they were still struggling with stigma issues in the society. But now that we are coming up, these laws can be revised. And we are the people to trigger the revision. So that is one thing I want to let you know. There's another question about the difference between, was it a mortuary? Mortuary, funeral home. Now the term mortuary science, if you looked at the word mortuary science, mortuary is a place where bodies, human remains are preserved, they are kept, and procedures can be done, right? And the science pertaining to these human bodies is now the studies that we all do. Now, a mortuary, when you talk about funeral home, it is still a mortuary, if I'm not wrong. In that place, we still preserve the bodies. Is that correct? They still preserve bodies even in funeral homes, so it is still a mortuary. But the names will just vary depending on what, for example, you can find a place we are calling a clinic. There's another place they are calling a medical center. Another place they are calling a hospital. But in all these places, patients are still being treated. If you go there, somebody will see you, they'll give you medication, right? So I think those are just terminologies. And if we, again, work with our law, our legal team in this case, these terms can come out clearly spelled. Because every act has definition of terms for the purpose of the act. And they'll be well defined. So please, let's not leave somebody to define for us our roles. Let's speak. Thank you.
What I can say is that, in short, by the time these laws were being passed, we are not become an entity. We are now an organized group. We are able to come up with petitions, down on proposals, lobby for Parliament. It is something that we are starting to bring, but this things take time. But now that we are organized, and with the course in place, and on the process work in progress. Laws are not cast in stone. As we continue with the discussions and negotiations, of course we will get assistance and guidance from the well-established professions so that we are able to get ourselves in. And the Corona Act, there is something we are doing within because they are the main pushers of that bill. So I believe at the end of the day, next year, second time, we will be taking something. So yes, it is something that we're working on.
Good morning, everyone. I think I would like to add something on the human anatomy, because according to Institution of Higher Learning, for you to qualify to work in human anatomy, you must have done the lab and nutrition science. But again, that's how we do it. It's not Mortician. So that's why we are saying, with the coming up of the diploma in mortuary science, and that's why we have a unit called mortuary and anatomy lab rules. So we are trying to make sure that the diploma students, including the mortician, for the most we enacted the human anatomy and lab rules, for you to be able to also to embalm, and then also MTC, I've seen them doing that, so that when you are coming in terms of employment, we are telling the employers, please, these people who have done mortuary science, they are not only supposed to work in the wards. Now that's where we are coming in. And as we are saying, no mortician, you don't have, half. We don't have scheme of service. That's one. Two, we are saying, with Elkanah and Felix, they are pushing so much to come up with a scheme of service. For now, I know most of the morticians are paid like groundsman. True, false? Now we are saying, when you have a diploma, when the diploma will be ruled out, now the union, the association, Mapake, will go back and say, now we have technologists. When you having technologists is when we have a scheme of service. When we have a scheme of service, now is when we can start pushing what everybody is saying here. So we are saying 1,000 journeys starts with a single step. We are near. We shall have a scheme of service for mortician when the diploma they are ruled out, so that when we have a scheme of service for mortician, we have a diploma, automatically the degree will just come automatic. Because when we have a diploma, we will be equated like any other cadre. Let's say if you have a diploma in nursing and you have a diploma in mortuary science, we are the same cadre. That's what we are fighting. So moving forward, we are just saying the training institutions, we are equipping the mortician with the necessary techniques and skills and competencies to be able to work both in human anatomy and human anatomy and mortuary. Another thing, the difference about a morgue and a funeral home. Please let us be clear. A morgue is where, like a mortuary, anybody is brought by police and is placed there. Hello? A funeral home, I cannot receive a body without the order. Have you seen the difference? Lazima ukuwe na mtu. That's how a small difference between a funeral home and a morgue. When you go to MASH, it is rare for you to get unclaimed bodies. You only get unclaimed bodies in a morgue. And mostly there are government institutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Any concern as we deliberate on some issues? Someone having anything to add or anything to share with us before we sum it up? So thank you very much. Allow me to welcome Dr. Waweru. Dr. Waweru is part of us. is representing Masinde Muliro University, Science and Technology. He will come and share with us his remarks, maybe if he's been sent by the VC. He's worked with us since we started. So, karibu sana daktari, give us your input.
Should be this way. Good. Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Great. As you heard, my name is Dr. Samuel Waweru. I'm not a doctor, medical doctor. I'm a civil engineer. But in the university, I'm in charge of TVET, Technical Vocational Education and Training. We have a training center we call MUST TVET Institute. And the mortuary science certificate and diploma fall under that institute. So we have been working with you since inception, and we're happy to be associated with this organization. This is a growing profession, and we want to grow with it. Masinde Muliro is very proud to be associated with you, and that's why when you call a conference, the VC, our VC is always ready to allow us to come. So like this conference, when we got the invitation, we informed our Vice Chancellor, and he didn't oppose it. He supported the move. And that's why we are here as a team. And we came about 5 people. I think one of you is around. Who else is around from Masinde Muliro? So we are about 5. So these are people who work in the university, and they came to represent all of us. So I happen to be the head of the team, being the one in charge of TVET. So at the university, we have tried to develop a program which is certificate in mortuary science, which has been running. We have graduated 2 groups. In fact, this December 3rd, 19 students graduated with certificate in mortuary science. We are looking forward to having a diploma in the near future, because the draft curriculum is ready. We are trying to push it through, because our programs for TVET are accredited by TVETA. We don't do it just as university programs, because we are embracing what we call competence-based curriculum. So we have prepared or developed the diploma program. We are almost taking it to TVETA for accreditation, so that these graduates who are leaving with a certificate can come now for a diploma course. We are in consultation with Miles and the School of Medicine to develop a program in mortuary science, Bachelor of Mortuary Science. It's nowhere in Kenya. We will be the first university to offer that degree, but it's offered in other universities like in the UK and the US. So we are also looking for an association or a sponsor where we could work together in developing the program, and even sponsoring some of you in that program. Because there are some programs, like now you saw, if you go to our desk there's a program in biosafety and biosecurity, which is being sponsored by Canadian government. So if you join that course, the first 20 students are sponsored by, they don't pay any fees. The Canadian government has come out to support such a program. We are also hoping that the mortuary science, we shall look for sponsors, so that when we launch it, we shall get some of you coming for the program, and maybe you'll be supported somehow in doing the program. Now, as a profession, I'm in a profession we call Engineering Board of Kenya. We are the ABK. And it's good to have a professional body in Kenya, because you'll find as you operate in your practice, you might go against some regulations. And now you'll be asked, which professional body supports you? And if you have none, you'll be frustrated by others. Because in Kenya, everybody has to fight for a space. If you don't fight for your space, you'll be downgraded, and you'll be frustrated all over. So the moment, and I got that point about the act, you need to work on that, so that the bill goes through Parliament, so that you are recognized officially as one of the professionals in the country. So that with that, nobody will come and try to frustrate you, because you stand firm, and you have a very good foundation, like any other body, like any other professional body that are operating in the country. I can tell you the government supports professional bodies. Of late, the government is always looking for that. And even in most of the interviews, you'll be asked, are you associated, affiliated to any professional body? If you are not, most employers will be shy in engaging you. So that matter of the bill must be followed up. But I think this was a good starting point. This kind of association is a good starting point to fight for your rights. You can use it to fight for your rights. So as a growing profession, we shall support you as a university, and we also want you to support us. Like when we are developing that program, we shall be inviting some of you, like the bachelor's and the diploma program, so that we have your input. So that, because we want it to be skill-based. We want as much as of it to be as skill-based as possible. So we will get views from you, because I don't know whether some of you have been involved in curriculum development. In a CBET program, there's something we call occupation standard. The first thing you develop in a program is what you call an occupation standard. This is where you put guidelines on what those people will be doing. What are their competencies? What are they going actually to do? So upon developing of the OS, we call it the OS, then you can now from it come up with the curriculum. So when you are developing the OS, we shall engage you so that we get as much skills that are required for a person to have a diploma, and the one that will have a degree, which will be an upgrade from now from diploma. This is something very important. Last year, I also promised you about the LPR. LPR is the recognition of prior learning. We are following it up very closely. The people who have let us down are Kenya National Qualification Authority, KNQA. They were to come this year in July to upgrade our facility, to evaluate our facilities so that they could accredit us as a center. They postponed to September. Then December, they were to come on 6th. Again, they say they are too busy with many other institutions they are visiting. So now we have a date with them on January 16th next year. They'll be coming to a university. They will assess the facilities we have. And one of the courses that we have presented to them for LPR is mortuary science. And Miles is aware about it. So since we have the laboratory, we have the anatomy lab there, and other facilities that work along in mortuary science, I don't think we shall have any problem to be recognized as a center. What does that mean? The moment we are recognized as a LPR center for for instance, mortuary science, those of you who do not have a qualification, but they have skills, they have worked for 5-10 years without a paper, you'll come to the university, we'll come to our center, we shall evaluate you according to your skills, and if we find you are as competent like any other student, because there are some guidelines that we have to follow, we can now give you the certificate. We'll give you the certificate in mortuary science, which will be recognized, because upon KNQA approving, it will be a national qualification like the other. So you'll get the same certificate the person who has gone through the academic will obtain. So you'll get the certificate. If we find you also in the level of diploma, we can also issue you, with the authority of KNQA, a diploma in mortuary science. I'm saying that because here there are people with 10 years and beyond. You'll find maybe they have all the skills, all the competencies to be awarded a diploma. But what normally happens in an NPL system, when you do the evaluation, if you find some weaknesses in one or two areas, you can require the candidate to come and sit maybe one paper or two papers. We can invite them for maybe 1 month or a few weeks. You learn specifically for that course that you don't have knowledge on, then we shall give it a credit and pass it over when you are receiving your diploma, so that now you are equivalent to the person who has gone through the academic line. So if you are here and the chairman told me I have a debt, because that was one of the promises. I'm owning up to that. We are in the process. I can promise you by next year, around Feb, we shall start that LPL process upon accreditation by KNQA. We didn't want to rush, because you may rush and later on somebody takes you to court or questions, even your body may question, is this a qualified person, how did you offer that? So that's why you want to go through the right process, so that by the time you give you the qualification, it's a recognized qualification by the nation through KNQA. So that's a point that I want to tell you that we are following up. The other one is that we want to encourage you to develop this profession. Yesterday I was here when there was that presentation online, and that this CPD, Continued Professional Development, CPD points. I think this is important, Chairman, because as a profession, you need to grow the profession. So when people come for this kind of workshop, they should gain from it through points. So you may decide that this one, for attending this conference, you have 10 points, depending on how you grade your points. It's very important so that you don't just come to Nakuru for 3 days and move away without anything. So there should be a gain on the professional line so that you are given some points. So that as you accumulate your points, you're also upgrading your status in the professional body. So it's important because like in engineering, we use it. And people are encouraged so that when we call for conferences, even Mombasa, in fact, people come in droves because everybody is interested in getting their points, not just attending the conference. So that's an area that you need to follow it up as part of the, developing your profession to be recognized. The other thing I want to appreciate is that there appears there's no stigma now. Previously, some years back, when you mentioned mortuary science, that I'm working in the mortuary, there was a lot of stigma. Like I come from a place we call Central, Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya region have a problem with the bodies. So they're always scared. And I can tell you that's why there have been problems where people bury other bodies, wrong bodies. Because when you send people to the morgue to identify, they are doing it at a distance. Nobody wants to come close to the body. So with that scare, that stigma, you'll find you just pick a body and bury. I work in Western Kenya. I see a lot of difference. In Western Kenya, the body is part of the family. They bring it for 3 days in the house. Inakaa hapo mkiongea naye, mnacheka naye. You might not realize it's a dead body because it will stay there for 3 days. Everybody can open, can look at it, can go. It becomes part of you until it's so different. It's so contrast to Central Kenya. So I'm happy that I can see even on the floor, we have so many ladies. I thought ladies would be the most scared people. But now they are the ones operating in this place. This shows how this profession is important. It's a very noble profession. As the population grows in the country, we are now about 50 or 60 million in Kenya. The more the importance of funeral homes and mortuaries, it is natural because God gave us a certain number of years, whether you like it or not, you cannot go beyond. So that's why as the population grows, it means also your profession is more required. More services are required now since the population is also growing. So I can tell you, you're in the right track. This is a very genuine and noble profession. And I see a bright future for the profession. I see a very bright future for the profession. And as a university, we should also endeavor to grow with this profession to help you, those who want to upgrade to any level, we shall be assisting you as we grow. And I can promise you, maybe in 3 years or so, we shall be having a Bachelor of Science in Mortuary Science in Masino Muliro University of Science and Technology. So I don't want to take more of your time. What I want you to take home is that we as a university are with you. We are with you in this profession. We shall be consulting, and you're also free to consult with us so that we see the growth of this profession. Chairman, I think those are my brief remarks. I don't want to take long, but if there are any questions or comments, I'm ready to receive them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Awe.
Yeah.
We'll only take 2 concerns, if there are any, to most. But in regards to RPL, please let's restrain to it, because he has promised that they're working on it. Our members have been on our neck, and it's important that you say that you're working on it, and soon it will be out. Yeah. So I'd request that we don't take so much time addressing the issue on RPL. Okay. Anything else apart from RPL can be addressed kindly.
Thank you, Dr. Wawil, for that good presentation. If I had it right, you said when you come in to assess the morticians who are not trained and working through experience, you'll be offering some exams and questions if they don't obtain the credits you want. I just want to maybe request, if we are giving them those exams, please involve the training institutions for the exams to be standard for all the students. Thank you.
Okay. Can I? Thank you very much. I think when we come to evaluation, we don't do as just the university. We are going to involve some of you, some of the trainers. We are going to involve them, because the process of evaluation cannot be done just by institution. We would like to have people in practice to help us to evaluate this kind of people. So we are going to involve you, so that when you do the assessment, we are getting it right. So that we look at the weaknesses and the strong points. We find there's some kind of weakness that you require maybe some more training, then we can now discuss and come up with a program for you. Yeah, because the competence-based is individual. You cannot be equated the same. It is individual. Yeah, individual qualification. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aweru. Okay, can we appreciate Dr. Aweru for the wonderful remarks that he's made? So on behalf of the association, I extend our regards to the VC, Professor Solomon. Ask him that, tell him that we appreciate, and we are very happy for availing yourselves here. Let me appreciate the presence of Dr. Wanderi. Dr. Wanderi is representing the Director General, Directorate of Criminal Investigations from Nairobi, and he'll be taking us through proper handling of medical legal autopsies. So at this time, we'll take a break, a 30-minute break. Let's keep time. Take tea very fast, come back. We'll be having 2 sessions. One on IPC and another one done by Dr. Wanderi, who is a forensic officer or director of forensics. We'll get the real facts later. So thank you so much, and karibu daktari. Let's break for tea. Someone to lead us in a word of prayer while we take tea. Any volunteer, please. And number 2, the lady upstanding is the person concerned matters food. So if you get any challenge or you want to address anything, contact her directly. She will assist.
Thank you. Let's pray. Everlasting God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this morning. Thank you for the gift of life, Father. We thank you for the chance that we have gotten to partake of the tea that has been prepared for us, O God. How we pray that you may bless it as we consume it, dear Father. We glorify your holy name, dear God, and it's in Jesus' name we do pray and believe. Amen.
Let's remember to keep time, please.
So just some direction about the tea. Our visitors, our facilitators, we have 2 tents. There's a tent for the students, ordinary membership, and there is the other part, pale kwa shed, we'll have our visitors, our facilitators sit at the shed, yes, and then the ordinary membership will use the tent. Thank you.
Now this means that our guests, our stakeholders won't line on the line. You go straight on the shed and get served from there. Then our membership, let's make a line
say this suspect passed on and he was buried, then you take it as that, no, the fingerprints. And if possible, even the DNA. That's where we are going as technology advances. Another thing is identification of persons, issuance of post-mortem forms. It is still done at the forensic. That is the form that I'm talking about, 23A, and the other one of inquest 23. Biology section for the purpose of, what is the meaning of DNA? Yeah? Somebody is likely to bite his tongue. What is the meaning of DNA? You are lucky if you have escaped that. Or let me say it, just that DNA. So that is why biology section you come into. Yes. Then there is the chemistry section. This because of testing of toxicology, poisons, such like. Then there is the document examination. Suicide note may be written by a different person. It is upon us to establish on the light submission. I remember what I said. You can be framed to appear that you have committed suicide. Yet, you don't appear to have had those medical issues or any other problem that may lead you to that. It will be good to confirm whether actually you are the one who wrote that suicide note. It may be faked that you did it, or else you are hanged. Also, in the case of the will, the same. Do you know that your money can make you be killed? You work very hard, only that whatever you are earned to take your life. Then the digital forensics for the analysis of electronic evidence and document those electronics, which may be in the pockets or the bags or the packages of the deceased person. So you may find us getting a lot of interest in that. So normally the NFL, the National Forensic Laboratory, is bigger, but day-to-day business, these are the sections that you are likely to have interest in. Who's this? I think I was informed atakuwa hapa. This person here. Yeah? Who's this observing? And then the other two. Next slide. What challenges are related to morticians handling dead bodies? Where do we find the conflict between what you do and what you do? One is when you interfere with evidence. Disposal of clothing and other items found on the body, even before we go that far. On the receipt of the dead body, there may be cause of conflict. How? All police bodies are not supposed to be embalmed, correct? So it will mean that they will require a facility that has refrigerators, correct? Now, you are working in a mortuary where we don't have fridge, and you know there's a murder case, and you have gone ahead, in absence of the doctor, to accept this body. Are we together? That will be the first area for the police and you to know one another. And sometimes it is not very good. It's like me now going to the hospital. I won't go for any good reason. If you are, there should be a way, I don't know what we can do about this, so that these police bodies can only be kept where we have refrigerators, because they are not supposed to undergo the other medical process. Then, once you receive the body, and the space is limited, you go ahead and remove all that the person was wearing. is unacceptable. Yeah? Advise also those who are under you to observe that. It should be kept on as it is. If there is a needle protruding, wachana nae. If there is a knife, wachana nae. If there is a bullet on the court, wachana nae. Sawa sawa. As much as possible, keep that body just the way it was brought. Don't interfere with it. Don't even be a good Samaritan of how to kuiosha. You may be doing the wrong thing. Ikiwa it is blooded, wacha ikae hivyo. If it is muddy, that mud to forensic expert is very important because it will prove maybe where there was struggle. The soil there will be connected with the soil this cloth or this body is having. DJ tuko pamoja? You know, for you maybe you are different profession, yeah? So that is what I mean. So don't wipe. Try as much as possible, create space for this particular customer who has come, just the way he or she is. Then, lack of preservation facilities for samples collected during autopsy. That may be also another serious challenge. You have collected those intestines, liver, there is nowhere to store them. The government chemist is very far, NFL is also very far. So that is a very big challenge. That is equipmentation. Then poor storage of bodies, mixing of bodies. I want A, you bring me B, and I proceed. Now when A comes, finds that it's already taken, that mix up. Yeah, the other one we talked about, you shouldn't do that under no circumstances. Then poor records keeping. What is in the register is not. A deceased is brought, you are given medical records that shows this is a female from the documentation, but then here, this person brought is a male. Be very certain. Let us avoid that mix-up. In those records, the 5 W's and 1 H must be, are we together? To avoid that mix-up. You're also supposed to have a register that can capture the your general observation, such that that particular body becomes particular in your mind. Yes, that is the person. Or that is the body that we are talking about. You'll have that photographic memory of that body only when done through a proper keeping of the records. Another area that we are having a challenge is cost of post-mortem. Who is supposed to pay for this amount? Previously, it was a government issue. Today, I'm also confused as much as you are. But post-mortem should be free. Because if the relatives don't have money, and this somebody has been killed, that murderer is just going to get away with it. Because the people don't have money. Justice should not be so expensive. It should be for free as far as the government is concerned. So there is an issue around who to meet the cost of post-mortem. It's not very, very, very clear. And sorry to say, the cost is also escalated by kitu kidogo. Yeah? Huh? From tuseme tu sisi wote. See, there we don't do very good. We don't do good. This is a family that is believing, and from the retro contributions that they have gotten through WhatsApp or anywhere, then we say, I say, umekuja namna gani? Hiyo mwili pali iko ni mbali sana. Ama utaingia utoe. unaanza kuwastua. You know, you are professional in your area. Please just do what you are supposed to do, and if anything, irrespective of the meager pay, God will bless you for that. Don't make this family be more sorrowful than they already are. Remember, there is nothing as emotional as when the relatives have lost a loved one. Sinikweli. Put yourself in their shoes. But if at all after you have given them a good service they appreciate, I don't know what the code of conduct says, because you are supposed to declare, walituambia asanti. So here, let me not go that line. It is you and your conscience. But this one of demanding for you to give such a service, remember your service is so critical. Very few people can be in your shoes. Sinikweli. Even if they act very tough in the streets. Waigie hapo hapana. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Let us also not be another source of problem when it comes to the cost of postmortem. Others, postmortem is supposed to be presided over by a government pathologist and for free. That is the baseline. Ingine, and remember you may have more than 2 doctors so that they can come, more than 1 doctor in the postmortem, so that they can come into consensus. The other doctors mostly will be brought at the cost of the family. So in a postmortem, your friend is one, the government pathologist. The other one, don't trust 100% because maybe he wants to confirm that this somebody died of a certain cause, which is pleasing to the family. He wants the family to believe 1, 2, 3. And that is the line that is going to make you go. So don't be swayed. Remember, you are a very important person. Let these small things sometimes we ask for, and they are not blessed, interfere. You may also be approached before the postmortem is tomorrow. Go do 1, 2, 3 on that body. It is unethical. And if found, you'll become a customer of somewhere else. In Nakuru ni pale juu. In Nairobi ni Australia. Coast ni Shimo Ratewa. Those are the kind of hotels that I'm talking about. Then inadequate information on the postmortem forms to cover all scenarios. As a DCI, we are agreeing that this form is too brief, and this is the standard form. Remember, you are not supposed to improvise on any paralegal document, this being 2 of them. But now, because the spaces provided is so limited, and you know the handwriting of doctors, the scare is scaring, eh? Unapata jina moja imeandikwa kutoka huko mpaka wengine inaenda hivi. The scares are lot. So you may find that there are some attachments to the same, but under normal circumstances, it's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to fill within this form, not to have attachments, because it is also serialized. So when you go to court, you'll be referred by the advocate of the suspect. Can you go to page this? It has, these pages are named. In your attachment, I don't know, it will be referred to as what. So as much as possible, why I'm telling you this, you may also find a doctor, newly graduated, who's not conversant with this. Remember, you can also hint to that doctor. Munaweza muadvise, ndio? Yeah, it may be the first postmortem official, but your experience or something like that. Are we done? No more slide? It's done. Yes, it is very important. How can you end my show without thank you guys. Thank you very much. Felix? Yes, I've called Felix. Now, I think I've talked too much, but it was, in the interest of time, I would have taken more, but you see, we are supposed to have 2 presentations. practical examples of what you do and what police do ni mingi sana. So I don't know how many minutes we have for Q&A, if any, but if there isn't, I say thank you very much. Let us meet in the field.
Wow. Thank you, Daktari. There are questions. We'll invite you to maybe write them down. Our participants online are really following this event live. And also allow me to appreciate Mr. Mureithi, Daktari. He's online and he's saying our director is doing well. So accept that. So we'll open the floor. We'll have 15 minutes Q&A questions. We'll start with the membership that is in here. Then our rapporteurs, one is handling Facebook, the other one is handling YouTube, will give us a summary of the questions that we have. So kindly welcome the questions, write them down. Maybe we'll have a series of four questions, then you respond. So we start with Daktari.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I've really followed this, and I just wanted to make the ask. In here we have students who are doing mortuary science at diploma level. I don't know how well we can, because if I listen to your presentation, they also need to have a chance to come and experience and learn on site in some of the facilities. I know that this area deals with very sensitive matters, but for the purpose of learning, so that tomorrow when they graduate, some of them may work in your office, some of them may be felt even in your office. I don't know what your comments would be like, but it's my humble request, being that we are some of the trainers, that these students, as they proceed through their training in mortuary science, after their 3 years, we can have some level, even during the training, if we can have some sort of internship or a way of blending within your DCI offices in the country, we can chat with them. Thank you.
Points that I would like to clearly understand. First, on the forensic evidence, either photography and videography. I used to have so much complaints with the officers when they come to my place. So I really wanted to know, I think I'm just used to that. This session of evidence taking, at what particular time and scenario should it be taken? Is it at the place where the activity occurred, or is it when now the body has been brought to the morgue? Because you find that in there could be some mismatches. And then on the sample collections, you find that some officers come, then they take samples, but they don't go with them. My question is, how long should we store these samples? Because also samples has timeline, whereby they give relevant investigation findings. When some even stay for over 1 year. So if this person really comes, is it really beneficial? You also talked on the cost, and these are very murky area when it comes to cost, because the pathologists will also say they may tend to charge as per the evidence, the case itself. It is that this may be a really weighty case. I may be wanting to travel to coast for hearings, so he looks all those and then charges. So as at this, we've not really gotten an exact cost of the amount, the fee, the pathologist fee, if he is to charge, or if it's to be free on the government side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll allow Daktari to respond to the questions, then we'll engage further.
I think I had, you had said I take 4, yes. But now these ones are 5. I don't know what I'm going to do with the other one, but all the same. Mortuary science in relation to secondment. In this case, it's just a request to the DCI, Director, DCI, Kiabulo de Mazingira. The address is there. He can consider the same. It is possible. But let me give you some insight for the same to happen, because we don't want criminals there. There are some things that they are supposed to have. One of them is the letter, the introduction letter from the institution they are learning from. The second, they must have an insurance, just in case, third party. Then, of key is certificate of good conduct, to ensure that we are not training for any other purpose. I think we understand one another, yeah? Yes, so we must ensure we are not training a criminal how to escape justice. So we must first of all prove that this is the right person. So mine would be, this is not G to G, it is institution to institution. Sawa. At that level, that one can be done. We also go to train at government chemists. There is, for the test that we are not able to perform at the NFL, that National Forensic Laboratory, we also take them to government chemists. So government chemist would also be another area of choice for the students, because it's also well established and it is in most parts of the country. Correct? Population of Kenya versus pathologist. Any affirmative action. For the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, ours is to point out of the need because of the delay. Otherwise, I think the better person to answer the same will be the Ministry of, what do you call it? Health. Yeah, because for us, we raise concern through, we lie to the CS about the shortage of pathologists and things like that. So I, for one, I'm not in a position to comment about the number of pathologists. Yeah, so we just raise that concern that we have this shortage, or postmortem is not being done on time because of this. So that's what we do. Then, praise forensic evidence. Where is this supposed to be taken, photographs or things like that? In a crime, we may only have one scene, which is called primary. In some other scenes, in other scenarios, we have primary, secondary, or we may even continue, depending, multiple areas. For example, you can be injured here, then you are taken somewhere to be finished or to be killed. The where you are abducted becomes the primary, where you are killed becomes the secondary. Then mortually, we don't treat it as a crime scene. However, there are some instances that makes us have interest. For example, something has happened in the field, maybe we have somebody has been lashed to the hospital. In such a scenario, you'll find that this person or the patient, because he has been taken to hospital, may be brought direct to the facility, meaning he was removed, maybe for the purpose of medication. In such a scenario, it will mean that the photographs now of the deceased to prove will be taken from the facility. So it can occur anywhere, in any of those scenarios that I've given you. So whenever you see them coming there, there is a purpose for it. You may also find that they went to the scene, but they are also interested in the nitty-gritties of what happens at the PM, and also as proof that actually this happened. For example, in case of involving the ballistics section, you may find that a bullet, the bullet head has lodged in the body. So that body will be brought to the facility with the bullet lodged. It will be good if, for the purpose of analysis, when these officers come there, the ballistics and for the photographer, so that they can communicate. What do I mean? The photographer here will try through the injuries after the body is dissected. We will try to look into the trajectory of the bullet. So for him to prove the same, there must be that photograph, so that he can later take it to the machine and confirm that trajectory is light or loud, and then revisit the scene and try to reconstruct the same to prove that actually the killer was somewhere, maybe he's a sniper. He was most likely, he was shot from this direction, not this direction. Are we together? So that is why we may have that interest. Remember I was talking about a case of overdose or a case of stabbing. Somebody has come with a knife. Maybe he has passed on the way to the hospital. He'll be brought to that facility. So it will mean that the police will come and photograph the body from the mortuary as it is, so that the same evidence can be corroborated by those who brought the body. That is why you should keep that body as it is. So that is why you find that there is that overlap in terms of that. Remember, it remains police property until that time post-mortem is done. So police have the leeway within the legal framework to do exactly that up to the last minute. Mm-hmm. Then, the officers will take samples, but they don't go with those samples. Sometimes they take unnecessarily too long. This is unethical, and maybe is a result of lack of knowledge. You know, there are some officers, especially those newly inducted, they may think that the government chemist is within the laboratory, within the mortuary. They also think that maybe it is your responsibility. So I said it is a learning. Share with these officers, tell them, we are not able to preserve this and this and this and this kind of exhibits, samples, once taken, they are supposed to be taken to press one or to the government chemist or wherever it is required. Otherwise, it may also happen because of that lack of information, and maybe it's not something intentional. In the intentional cases, if already it has been established what is the cause of death, this officer may even feel that then I have no business taking these samples, although they have been removed. But in any case, let me blame miscommunication between the morticians, the doctor, and the officer. And in such kind of a scenario, there is nothing that hinders the institution from communicating that we are having these samples, they were collected on this date, and they are still lying at our facility, pending collection by the police. Are we together, madam? Then, the cost of PM is murky. I like that. Yes. Kuna shida hapo. As I said, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe this this is the work of government pathologists. Unless the family are bringing their own, or they want it to be done at a private hospital, at a private facility. Otherwise, the bottom line in ya serikali. The issue of attending court, there are two ways. The director DCI gives interest to the doctors when they go to testify. I think he has also tried to facilitate by way of issuing of a vehicle to be used in those police processes to enhance the efficiency of the directorate, because that is their law. And the other way is that once evidence is given before court, not only by the pathologist, but any witness, that someone or board to attend court, it is stamped and you can be paid from the court itself. So there are those two options. Once you give evidence, you are entitled to reimbursement. You'll be paid some interest for your travel and your accommodation, irrespective of the duration the case is taking, as long as you have given evidence. That is it.
Thank you very much, Daktari, for answering the 5 questions. We'll have a series of another 5. I will welcome Dr. Siminyu. Have one at the back there from Jacob. Then we'll have YouTube platform and also Makinya. Then get a set before we break. So kindly, Daktari.
So burden of proof, where is it? Do we pin the person who stabbed to death, or do we pin the person who poisoned the mind of the deceased? Because we were really involved in such issues, yeah? And most of the time we kept saying the police will sort out. After all, as people, we've already done our issue. That is number 1. Number 2, postmortem. To do or not to do. We are at the coast region, and most of the families there, they really don't believe in postmortem. You have a suspicious death. A family tells you, ashakufa, ashakufa. Hata ukikata ufanye nini, you are not going to bring back to life this particular deceased fellow. So do we leave it at that, or what do we do? That is a catch-22 situation. Thank you.
We have Sikura.
Good afternoon. Dr. Onderi, I have a question concerning one of your units, that is forensic fingerprinting identification. I understand most of our facilities have unclaimed bodies, and fingerprinting is one key to identify the deceased. So, like the facility I come from, we normally take fingerprints 48 hours after you've received an unclaimed or an unknown body. When we forward to the DCI, the results take too long, and at times we don't get the results for tracing the unclaimed bodies. So what is your office, or what advice can you give for us to help the curb of unclaimed bodies in our facilities? Thank you.
Okay, we'll have one from Makinya, then we'll pick one from any KMTC student who is in attendance. So Makinya, then any student, please, let's not shy off. Let's build this profession. Okay, we'll have one from Kasim.
Good afternoon. I think Dr. has already asked my question and the organizing sector also. But now the question which I'm now going to ask is about the court orders. As the morticians, we have been involved in most cases with these court orders. We have court orders from the advocates and we have another one from court, which with the magistrate seal, which is now the real court order and the affidavit. You may need to do a postmortem. The family says we don't need this postmortem. There comes an affidavit from the advocates. You release the body with the affidavit from the advocates. After that, the DCI, they are only one neck. They need an affidavit from the magistrate. So how do we sort it out? And another thing about really ask about the organs and the tissues. How do we dispose these issues? Because I was one time almost caught in court about the organs and tissues. We took the tissues to the pathologist. After disposed, after 1 year, then the case was on. I was asked, well, is there some samples? Thank you.
Thank you, Makinya. Let's have one last question, Daktari, from Kasim. Then we'll address questions from answer. After you answer the ones that we've sampled, we'll have questions from YouTube and online. And Facebook, rather. Kasim, please.
Good afternoon. My question is just a clarification from the DCI. The role of opening the body during autopsy is for morticians or pathologists. Thank you.
Come again, please, Mbuvi.
The role of opening a body during autopsy is for morticians or pathologists.
Okay. So let's allow Daktari to answer the set. Thereafter, we'll have an online session.
I'll start with the clarification, and I think I had already said that I think you are talking about the role of opening the body. I think you are talking about dissecting. Is that? If I got you right, I had already said that is purely the work of pathologists. Your role there is to ensure that the body is there as it came. Yes, yours is just to assist. He should be there from A to Z. If he's busy, he tells you to dissect for you, tell him it is unethical. Yes, he has to be there from A to Z so that he can examine the body before this dissection takes place. For example, in case of somebody who has been shot, and that's why you have to remain, the body to remain as it is, there is something that we call a gunpowder residue. If it is at cross-ledge, you'll find it either on the body or on the clothes, is it? For you, if you are not very well versed or acquainted with the same, you are going to bypass that one, go straight to the wood, correct? So that is why you should keep the body as it is for him to come and examine the way it was brought and see whether eventually it will make sense. The theory he's going to form, how the deceased met his death, is it making sense? So he should be there from each and every stage. There is a difficult question, organs and tissues, disposal. I think I'll research on that. I'm also a student. because the much that I know, they are supposed to be kept or substituted for in terms of results and those photographs, because remember, this photograph is not taken by any other person. Must be a qualified person from that unit, and he's already certified and acceptable to the court that in lieu of this, we can use this photograph. Remember, I also talked about the issues of reconstruction. For example, he'll come and be asked, how was the body lying? Does it mean that we shall keep the body at the scene up to the time the hearing takes place? No. So remember, we have photographic evidence. In terms of organs, once they have been analyzed and examined and the report is out, we rely with that evidence. That is the report that we are after. We may no longer need those tissues. How they are disposed is maybe another, the government chemist may assist us get that, but I think should be cremated because the main body is already gone. It won't be fair now calling the relative, tell them we are finished with your liver, come for it. Yeah? More so, the relative may actually not even be very much following up about these parts, but you must be careful that you only remove the organs and tissues you are for purposes of examination. Let us not have a body without genitals, and we are talking about poisoning. You'll explain where the genitals went. Yeah? Sehemu za siri, they disappear sometimes. So the organs should only be for that particular purpose, and then once forwarded to the government chemist, they are analyzed, we have the report. I think they have a way of doing that. There is a question, I think this one is also a clarification. When it comes to exhumation, or a post-mortem, we are talking about two things here, affidavit and court order. Class, which one? Delegates. Which one is superior? Is the court order. I never talked about an affidavit. What is an affidavit? Affidavit is what you tell a counsel or an advocate for that matter what you think. It may be right or it may be wrong. Yeah? So he's going to state exactly that. Even if you know that you stole, to your advocate, you are going to make an affidavit saying, even when the money was stolen, I was not there. He's going to indicate that. Because now it is you telling your advocate to assist you in your defense or something like that. So if it is a family advocate who knows his tasks well, and he's genuine, he would go to police, make a formal report that we are very much, remember, we talked about suspicion, isn't it, in our notes? In any case, if somebody has passed on and there is suspicion that this death is not natural, within the law, that case should be investigated, and the first investigation will be a post-mortem. So I don't see the reason why an advocate should come to you instead of going to the police, and he comes with the police. And in any case, if it is a case that he wants to be inquired by the police, it won't be done until the police officers are there, and the forms that I showed you are availed. Are we together? So court order is the final. That's what we go for. But all the same, remember, even if it is a court order, it also must be executed within the legal frameworks. So don't say this is a court order, then you become panicky, you start dissecting everything and anything. No, don't panic. Remember, there are rules and procedures to be followed for that post-mortem to take place. We cannot escape that. All those people who are supposed to be there, even if you get an exhumation order, ensure all those people are there. It's like somebody who has been sentenced to death, you go and stab that somebody who dies. Is that right? No. Yes, although this person is condemned to death, you cannot just go kill that person. It has to be within the law. So get the court order, but execute it within the legal frameworks of the Kenyan laws. Forensic fingerprint identification, especially in relation to a known body. There may be many cases why that may take long. One is in the submission. You may find that the fingerprints have been taken, but they have not been submitted to NFL for analysis. They have been taken back to the station by the officers. If it does not reach NFL, they may not get those results. Remember, after NFL will mostly come and handle the issue of criminal. We have data for criminals, records. That's what we have. But any other person, the same will be forwarded to register of persons. Are we together? Yeah? So, without pushing the blame away, it is the responsibility of the registrar of person to give the results, because for DCI are after the criminal records, and that is the data that we keep. Postmortem versus casual various. It's not only in Shakahora, Daktari. Go to Marsabit, we have that problem, which is a casual factor, where, and also most of those Muslim occupied areas, because we must be buried within the day. Casual religious practices that don't support postmortem. Remember, without postmortem, it may be there is no other proof of death apart from that postmortem report. So in absence of the same, that case stands to fail. I think the ideal would be you convince them the essence of the same. Remember, it is in such a case, for example, in those areas, you find that even if I know A has killed B, it is already culturally specified how much or how many bulls or cattle the suspect is supposed to pay. So now, when the police officers come in, it becomes a source of conflict between the officers and the community, because the community is already aware about their ADL, Alternative Dispute Resolution Mechanism. And among the ADL, in some areas, it also catered for murder. But don't lose sight, in this particular case, the complainant is who in the case of murder? Who's the complainant in the case of murder? The father, the mother, or who? Yeah? The state. Very good. Yes, it is the state. So there is nobody who can withdraw before court of law a case of murder. There are such kind of cases where the complainant becomes the state automatic. So there is a gray area around those areas, and that's why we are talking about creation of awareness. Trying to change from those archaic, traditional practices that we think are not serving the purpose of the day to the modern, and that one can only be done through public awareness and education. But I do agree, we have that gray area there. And if at all you're in Shakahola, I commend you for that. Then, this question, you asked me the first one, the burden of proof. In legal perspective, the burden of proof lies with the person who alleges any fact exists or does not exist. If the DCI want to prove that those cases were murders, it is upon them to get that evidence. Issues of mental indoctrination of the mind may not be factored for legally. But you ask, is it the suspect to blame or the person who indoctrinated their minds? I think that is the question now. I think that is a more theological and a moral question than a legal one. Yeah? Because I think, you know, there are some offenses that there is one offense that if you manage to commit that offense, you cannot be sued. But if you fail to succeed, you'll be sued. Which is that offense? Yes, suicide. Yeah? If you succeed, nenda salama tuonane. Yeah? On the other case, if you don't succeed with your intention, you are related to the same. This is more a religious or a moral question. But remember, in these cases that require, there is a burden of proving this and this happened, or they have technicalities in law, the law of the DCI, remember we have murders, remember we have inquest. These files are supposed to be forwarded to the experts to make a decision on the same. Then they will advise the DCI or give guidance to the DCI on the best course of action in this case. Some cases, especially where inquests are concerned, we don't open and cross at the DCI level or the National Police Service level. We forward to ODPP, yeah, for a decision to be made, whether to continue with the case or not. Thank you.
Just a minute. Thank you, Daktari. Because of time, we are going to handle questions from YouTube. We have several. Then we have questions from Facebook, so that we address this. Then we'll have the same topic tomorrow with Dr. Oduor, who's the Chief Government Pathologist, because of time, so that we allow Mr. Kitangala Eric to share with us matters of IEPC, which is very important. So maybe just 2 questions, Daktari, from YouTube, so that we address. Only 2, kindly, Kate.
Okay, thank you so much, Daktari. I think these questions, you've answered them correctly. Now, the only question we have is what will happen when the family requests for embalming and later they demand for an autopsy later? That question was from Momanyi Mwangi. Then there was a consideration, maybe you can consider this.
What will happen
when the family requests for an embalming procedure to take place and later they demand for an autopsy when the body is already embalmed? Then a point to consider, maybe when the police bring the bodies to the mortuary, they wanted, this is from Charles Ocharo, they considered the postmortem immediately because maybe they lack storage. So he's asking you consider postmortem to be conducted immediately. Then, is it possible for the DCI to share those forms with the morticians so as we familiarize ourselves with them? That is from Rashid Kamau.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. Daktari, respond to the 2. Then tomorrow, let us just have the questions ready. Tomorrow, Dr. Oduor will be in and will allow us answer some of the few that are remaining.
Madam, I was surprised when you said that I answered the questions correctly. I find that there was a disconnect, yeah? Because we said initially it is not either right or wrong in the principles of adult learning. We are sharing experience, isn't it? So whatever I've told you does not mean that 100% I'm correct or what you have asked. Yeah, we are sharing knowledge. Is not an examination session. Now, what will happen if family request the body to be embalmed and then later on they come and demand PM? There will be an issue here. Let us try to address how we can avoid that case scenario. Yeah, so that we don't reach where that question is. One, whenever this body is brought and the family members have come requesting the same to be done, inform them what embalming may entail and what may not happen after that. Because, for example, if it is a case of poisoning and the body is already embalmed, already it has affected the chemistry, to speak, of that body. So, even if the same post-mortem is done after the body is already embalmed, the results may not necessarily be correct results. And once the results are not correct, then you may end up taking a different course of action than what you are legally supposed to do. So, I think the best thing, from where you sit, advise them, because you are the one mostly who's in touch with these people who are asking you to do this. First, you should know who they are, so that they are not criminals, first of all, and they want to eliminate that part of the evidence. Let you know who are these particular people. Remember, among the records that you are supposed to keep at the facilities you manage is this record of embalming the bodies. Yeah? So, it should be very clear, and the family should own that decision, such that we don't find a scenario where the same is done, and then later on, we find something different. However, if the same is done, and maybe the cause of death is a result of brutal force, the same may not communicate, and it may be to get a very probable cause of death. But for the case, if it is issue of poisoning and embalming, we may not get it. But it does not 100% refer to all other cases. You get, huh? Mm-hmm. Because let's say I bled to death or I was involved in an accident, the whole body, even the skull, is fractured. Whether the body is embalmed or not, you can conclusively say this is the same. But where poisoning or arsenic is concerned, that's where the problem would be. So it is the cause that may affect as a result of that procedure. Then there is a Charles Ochalo who said, why are post-mortems done immediately an incident happens? Remember, post-mortem is a process. It is not per se the police officers to decide when to do the post-mortem, it is the family. Police officers on their own, they are not supposed to do post-mortem, even if they have a pathologist on site. Remember this paralegal document, I talked about identification of the body. The family members must be there. So, it is the wish of the family that we respect as to when the post-mortem is supposed to be done and who ought to be present. Otherwise, if we were to do post-mortem at the whims of detectives, we will be said to be compromising. Who would accept the results? The integrity of the results are more crucial to the directorate than the process itself. That integrity, that is where professionalism lies. And for that integrity to be there, all the outlined persons in the forms must be present, not at their own whims. Another thing, you may find that Postmortem may not be done on time because members of public are not conversant of how it should be, how it is carried out. So it is upon us, especially you people in the medical rigor, who are in constant touch with the family, to advise them, in case of any foul play, do 1, 2, 3. We will pick from there and do the rest. Yeah, because somebody has died from home, is brought directly to the facility, the police may not be aware. Yeah? But ensure those sudden deaths, they are all reported before that body is admitted into the facility. Not after. And those records are kept. Sharing of the postmortem forms. For the purpose of learning, the same is possible. You can log into the DCI website. You'll see the paralegal documents, they are outlined there. If it is working, they can be downloaded. And I don't think we have any threat of an attack in that website for the time being. Thank you, Felix.
Wow. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Dr. Wandera. And on behalf of the association, kindly share our regards to the DG. We'll be knocking your doors again as stakeholders so that we maintain the mutual relationship. So let's appreciate Daktari once again as we get to the next presentation. So the next presentation, I know maybe Eric will tell us, it will be maybe slightly shorter so that we can break also for lunch before we come to the next session. So the next presenter is Mr. Eric Kitangala, who is an infection disease specialist working with the Ministry of Health under the unit of IPC and PPB in health products and technologies. He is also vast in experience with the infection diseases and is also currently supporting the country to start vaccine manufacturing under Pharmacy and Poisoners Board. So karibu sana Mr. Eric, we share with you the trends and challenges in vaccination in context of emerging and re-emerging diseases in the country.
Okay. Thank you very much, Felix, for that, and all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Okay, so I'm glad to be here to share with you issues on infection prevention and control. Before we start, can we just stand up and stretch kindly? Yeah, I was also seated there and I was feeling like the session was very interesting until we forgot. Mpaka nyama imeshikana, si ndio? Yeah, so let's stretch. Let's stretch kabisa. What are we telling our neighbors? We were getting numbers or just greeting them? And appreciating, So appreciate the neighbor on getting good information on the legal side. Yeah, I know we've gotten adequate information on legal issues, and we need to appreciate. Yeah. Naona watu wanasalimiana, na wale wa Western pia wanatuma kadi. Okay, let's have our seats. So thank you very much. Yeah, let's have our seats as we start this session on infection prevention and control. Now, as we start this session on infection prevention and control, I just want to mention something. I remember last year we talked about something on SOPs, standard operating procedures. You see how standard operating procedures are very important. And I've just realized it when the DCI officer was giving his presentation and the questions that were coming up. When you have SOPs on any procedure that you do, it's really going to sort you out. What time to receive the body, how to receive the body, what to fill, how long to keep the samples, sawa sawa, in what condition to keep the samples, and how to provide information on the samples. So we need to go back and still do our standard operating procedures. I remember during COVID, we talked a lot about standard operating procedures. So I'm hoping that each and every funeral home will have standard operating procedures so that now we can be guided on what to do and at what time. So that one is going to be very, very important. So I'll go straight to my talk today. I'm going to talk about trends and challenges in vaccination in the context of emerging and re-emerging infections. Because we have a lot of infections that are coming up. And you've seen the way we were being given the presentation on legal issues. They are very, very tough on what to do and what not to do and at what time. For me, I will skew it so that now it comes to preventing you. For them, they wanted to prevent the evidence. For me, I want to prevent you from getting infected. You as the individual. Because when a body is brought to the mortuary, you don't know the cause of death. Even if it was Ebola, will you know it is Ebola? And you're the first person to get into contact with it. When it comes to issue of the PM conducting the autopsy, most of the time, the pathologist will come, atakwambia, Elkana, ebu nisaidie kukata hapa, si ndio? Now who does the cutting? Si ndio? I know there was a question from behind there, mtu alikuwa anauliza, and I knew where the question was going to, si ndio? Kazi yangu sio ya kukata, hiyo ni kazi ya pathologist. But remember, it is done, you do the assisting, and you're still there. I'm going to talk about some infections that so long as you are standing there, you are in danger of getting infected. Hata kama ni mtu mwingine atakata, even if it is not you, you're in danger of getting infected. We have so many. And then the problem is we have new infections. Like in the last 40 years, we've had more than 44 new infectious diseases, either emerging or re-emerging. So you can imagine. It's like one infection per year, a new infection. And if it's an infection that kills, where will that body go? Into the mortuary. Who's going to be the first contact person again? The mortician. So we have to be very careful, and we have to make sure that we don't fall prey, especially when it comes to issues of infection prevention. We are very, very important people, as even the DCI officer said. So, emerging diseases, they are there, and there are so many. We have coronaviruses. HIV was actually discovered in the 80s. That is within the last 40 years. Lyme disease, E. coli. You know, there are strains of E. coli that are very stubborn even to the conventional treatment. You can get E. coli, and that E. coli can actually kill you. We have Hunter's disease, you know, Hunter's virus, dengue fever, West Nile, Zika. You know, all these diseases were just discovered, and we are going to look at the tree of when they were discovered. So, what are some of the factors that are making new diseases to come, and even some of the diseases that had been controlled to come back, like something like TB? At one time, TB was under control, and people were not getting TB. Then, we ended up now getting multi-drug resistant TB, sindio? And then, we got again another XDR. You know, it's like, it's mutating and making sure that no treatment can be able to treat it. And all these things are happening within just a few years. So some of the causes, what are some of the things that are making these things change? Global population is changing. And not only global, look at even, let's talk about MTC. When we were in MTC, Kitambo, a class had like 15 people. Right now, our class is 50 and above. Sindio? Yeah, campuses have opened all over. There is no space and all that. So, population dynamics are also part of conductors, or rather, they are promoting, emergence and re-emergence of diseases. Human behavior and social change also promoting new diseases coming up. Environmental changes, the global warming, you see, where like in the Antarctica where there was snow, nowadays temperature imeenda juu. Now temperature ikienda juu, what happens to bacteria? The bacteria starts growing, sindio? So all these things are changing, and they're making sure that even the diseases that were there are becoming very difficult to treat. Chronic manifestation of infectious diseases, enhanced pathogen detection, microbial evolution, breakdown of public health system, and bioterrorism. People are culturing, even people now know that you can even culture anthrax in blood and then, release it into the population. At one time, and I always give this story, there's a unit that got lost, a unit of blood that got lost at Pumwani Hospital. 1 unit of blood. And they were unable to trace that unit of blood. Eventually, the unit of blood was discovered in another facility, which I will not mention the name. And you know what those students were trying to do? They were actually medical students, and they were arrested during the time of Al-Shabaab and all that. Do you know what they were trying to do? They were trying to culture anthrax. So you can imagine if you get a unit of blood, culture anthrax, dry it, and go to a place like Kencom and then release it into the air. And Kencom, ndio watu wa kwenda Kibira, watu wa kwenda Ruai, watu wa kwenda Kasarani, nini. You see, you can spread it within a very short time. So, bioterrorism, again, has brought issues of infectious diseases as very, very important, especially like even the ones who work in the lab. I know if you get a positive sample, you are told kindly store it. Make sure that you are able to keep track of all those stored samples, especially the ones that you culture and subculture, sindio? Because hautaki ikufe, una culture kwa plate ingine, ukiona ime overgrow, unatoa una culture kwa plate ingine. If that plate gets lost and goes into the public, then there's going to be spread of an infectious disease that had been stopped. Recently, we had an outbreak of chicken pox. Somehow, it was smallpox. Mnakumbuka? Na smallpox ilikuwa imekuwa eradicated. But again, there were cases that people are suffering from smallpox. So ilitoka wapi? Some of the things that had been cultured, stored in biobanks, that leaked out. So we are in constant danger of new infections, and if those infections are going to kill the people, all those people will be brought into the mortuary. So now we have to start thinking, how do we treat these bodies that come into the mortuary and all that? Let's go to the next slide. Now, this one is just, I've just taken a snapshot of a few years from the year 2000. And if we are to count from the year 2000 up to 2020, we'll see how many diseases were either discovered or rediscovered. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Within a very short time, 12 diseases. And if you look at these diseases, they are not diseases that you get infected na unapona. Like, something like yellow fever. It has more than 50% mortality rate. More than 50% of the people who will get yellow fever will die. So when they die, they are the ones who are now brought for management. And we are the ones who are going to manage those bodies. You are the ones who are going to manage those bodies. So what happens to us when it comes to issues of infection prevention and control. So infection prevention and control practices cannot be overemphasized. From reception, you see, from storing, from even making sure that the body is out of there, and cleaning the facilities and making sure that you are safe. In medical school, we always talk about the patient has to be safe. Do we ever talk about ourselves? Do we have a unit that talks about health worker safety? It's there. But probably it's either 2 hours or so. For the next 3 years, you are working about the patient, and probably only 1 month, or even 2 weeks, or even 1 week. That is the only time you're going to talk about your own safety. And that is what we are bringing on board. That you have to be safe. You must work in a safe environment. Never work in an unsafe environment. Sawa sawa. Never, ever, ever, ever work in an unsafe environment. As a health worker, if you work in an unsafe environment, you are going to spread those diseases to every other person. Why? Because all those diseases are brought to the hospital, they are brought to the mortuary, or ukitoka nayo hapo, utaspread kila mahali. So you are not supposed to work in an unsafe environment. Your environment has to be safe, and we are going to talk about how that safety should be taken care of. Let's go to the next slide. Now, all bodies are potentially infectious, regardless. Whether it was a gunshot wound, an accident, nini, all bodies are potentially infectious. So when you're handling them, don't say, uyu ni mtu ambaye amegongwa na gari, nitahandle tu na nini, na mkono tu namna hii, no mask, no what, na nitasukuma tu pale kando. All bodies are potentially infectious. Because if that person had a hemorrhagic fever and then agongwe na gari, ama alikuwa ameumwa na mbwa, si ndio? Kichwa ikaruka akakimbia akagongwa na gari. For you, haujui yuko na rabies, but you are looking at this one is an RTA. So I'm just going to handle it like this. You may end up spreading infections. So what we say is that all bodies that come, all of them are potentially infectious from reception until the time you release it now to the relatives, waende na mwili. So you treat it as highly infectious. And then, when you are handling the bodies, make sure that you are not exposed to body fluids. Because a dead body is not coughing, so you might not get a respiratory infection, because it is not coughing. But during the procedure of autopsy, what can happen? Aerosols, depending with the kind of instruments that you're using. If you're using a power saw, if you're manipulating a body more than what it's supposed to be manipulated, then you can produce aerosols and you can also get an airborne infection. And that is why we always say that the time you are handling that body, make sure you are safe. Ule alishaenda bwana. Akunanga haraka. You have to make sure that you yourself are the ones who are safe, so that you can be able to handle and so that you can be able to stop the spread of infections. I'm going to be talking about vaccination and all that. However, there's a disclaimer. Very few infectious diseases can be prevented through vaccination. Actually, the ones that are emerging and re-emerging, if you go to the previous slide, just go up to the previous slide. Yeah. Just go up to the previous slide. And controller. Yes. Now there. Look at dengue fever. Look at Westline fever. Look at SARS. Marburg virus. Chikungunya. Swine flu. MERS. Ebola, Zika virus, at least yellow fever has a vaccine. Lassa virus, at least COVID-19 has a vaccine, but there are strains that are coming which I'm going to mention, like the JN.1. Who has heard about that? That is giving people a problem right now in the US. And it was just discovered 3 weeks ago. And if it spreads like the way the other one spread, you remember the issue of Omicron, the way it spread and almost all healthcare workers that time suffered COVID. Hata mimi nilishikwa na COVID. Na nilishikwa kwa workshop, by the way. We were in Naivasha. From Naivasha, we went to Nyeri. So, we spread in Naivasha, na tukatoka hapo tukapeleka Nyeri, sisi wote tukalala kabla Christmas. We were all sick. So, it's spreading very fast. Like right now, that new variant, if it spreads now to Kenya, what will happen? And some of them, because of the codons and because of the genetic makeup, they are bypassing the vaccine. A few of them are able to bypass the vaccine. So if you look at these three, very few can actually be stopped by vaccination. And that is why we are insisting on infection prevention and control. Infection prevention and control must not be overemphasized. So let's now go ahead. You can skip the two slides. Yeah. And then we go to health worker safety. Yeah. There is need to maintain confidentiality of patient medical condition even after death. You know, confidentiality must be maintained. Si ati kuongea tu huyu patient yuko na hii, huyu patient yuko na hii. No, patient confidentiality must be maintained. And even after somebody has died, you still have to maintain that one. We don't want everybody to know this person, the cause of death was ABCD. However, you need to share amongst yourself. Shared confidentiality. That this one is highly infectious. So that now, another health worker does not mishandle that body. So that information needs to be shared. And even if it takes labeling, I don't know whether we have adopted a labeling procedure or a schedule that if we label it like this one should not be touched, this one is highly infectious, this one is known, and this one is unknown. You see, again, standard operating procedures within the facilities or demarcating. You know, these refrigerators will hold this type of bodies and these ones will hold the normal bodies. So that now, every health worker who works there shall not be exposed to any infectious diseases. Because what are we saying? Infectious diseases are coming up, they are re-emerging, they are changing the structure, they are changing their genomic makeup, so that now they can infect you either more or even bypass the medicines. So we have to be very, very, very careful when it comes to that issue. And it is your obligation to inform personnel who may be at risk of infection through contact with dead bodies. It is your obligation as a person working in that facility to make sure that you are able to tell them, to tell your colleagues, kindly handle this body like this. And even when the relatives are coming, you see, you are the only ones who can put the barriers because they don't know. But you are the only ones who can put the barriers. So infection prevention and control is very, very important, and all aspects of infection prevention and control must be undertaken. So I'll go and talk just a little bit about engineering controls. How do we control? Yeah, those are engineering controls. You go to the next slide. I've at least mentioned some of it. We might not go deep into it, but there are those codes. I know in the lab, in transfusion, we have codes for every TTI, transfusion transmissible infections. You know, like for, if it is HIV, we write C1. If it is hepatitis B, we'll write C2, hepatitis C, C3, you know, so that now you can know what kind of a sample you are dealing with. Let me ask, in the mortuary, do you have codes for bodies that are infected? Which facility is that? Kilifi? Oh, Kilifi Funeral Home. You have codes, That is good. Chiromo, watu wangu wa Chiromo? Tuko na codes. How many people are from Chiromo here? My sister, do we have codes for infections? There is a way you note it, where others can know. Amongst yourselves, you can know. Is it visible? Either on the fridge or on the body itself, is it visible? On the body, there is a way you code it. It is very, 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 very important to be able to code. So that now, because we don't know, and let me tell you one thing, afadhali ile unajua, this person amekufa juu ya Ebola or Marburg or Lassa virus. Kushinda ile hujui. You see, because if it is Ebola, you know how you are going to don. Now, how about the one that you don't know? It's actually more dangerous when you don't know than when you know. So anything written unknown, you know, unafaa kuogopa kabisa. Afadhali ile maandikwa COVID ama TB, because you will know what to do. But the one that is written unknown cause of death, that one should be the most, the one that should concern you the most. So the mortuary shall be designed so that you allow for separation of clean and dirty areas, so that people don't walk in and walk out through the same doors. You know, if you've done a procedure, even the waste that is coming from the procedure should not go to the clean areas. And then they should be clearly marked that this place is highly infectious, or kindly do not go beyond this, or kindly use this kind of PPE, standard precautions, or kindly use additional precautions. See, tuko na standard precautions, and then we have additional precautions. And do we know where we use them? You know, I have assumed that we know standard precautions and additional precautions. Standard. That is a government guideline. So that now, you remove them, you put on your student uniform, unaenda class. Kama ni watu wa suti, mnapenda na matai, unatoa, unaweka kwa changing room. Sawa sawa. Unavaa scrubs, and then you work in a facility. Those are the guidelines of the government. So you don't work with your own, with your own clothes. So standard precautions ni gloves, masks, na gown. Sindio? Mask ya kawaida, ile, you know, the face mask ya kawaida. Standard precaution. Additional precaution is when you are dealing with highly infectious diseases. For example, TB. You know, a patient has died of TB. You don't just handle that patient the way you handle others. You must put on additional precautions. Hapo ndo N95 inaingia. You know, unaweka mpaka you cover your hair. You make sure that you have a gown and another protective gown. You see, so those are things that we need to know and to be able to read and be able to apply. So separation of areas very important, and making them clean and marking that this one is an infected area and this one is not. Then movement of cases should be from the reception where risk assessment occurs into either storage or the autopsy. Then visitors to the mortuary and other staffs and students are confined to recognized clean areas without potential infection. Have your clean area very separate from the infected area. So the clean areas we know. So next, you can go to the next one. Again, I've talked about that. Just go to the next one. Yeah. Transitional areas, I've talked about them. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. And then we start talking about potential infections that we need to be cognizant of when we are working in a health facility, when we are working in a mortuary, when we are working in a funeral home. Hepatitis B. And I deliberately put it as number 1. Why do you think I put hepatitis B as number 1? Because it is highly? Yeah. Hepatitis B is highly infectious. And that is why I've put it as number 1. And the good thing is that hepatitis B has a vaccine. If blood were to pour on either your instruments or autopsy table or the viewing table or the reception area, na ikae hapo, and you come and touch it the next day or the day after, do you know you are at danger of getting hepatitis B? Yeah. And nowadays cancer is on the rise. Why is cancer on the rise? Especially liver cancer. It's because of hepatitis B. Yeah. Hepatitis infection has actually infected so many healthcare workers. And that is why it is a prerequisite before you work in a health facility. Whether it is a mortuary ward, whatever, you must be vaccinated against hepatitis B. I'll talk about vaccination. Tuberculosis. TB ilikuanga tu TB. Unameza streptomycin, na unadungwa streptomycin for 1 month, alafu unameza rifampicin for 6 months, na ethambutol na inaisha. Nowadays is TB going like that? You get TB, you get the first line, inakataa. Second line, inakataa. Wengine hata third line, inakataa. XDR. Extremely resistant TB that is not going with the normal treatment. And people are dying. When they die of TB, wanapelekwa wapi? Wanapelekwa kwa mortuary, si ndio? Na kama ni prisoner, you remember the legal officer what he told us, if it is a prisoner who dies in custody, a postmortem must be done. Na kama alikuwa na TB. And then bado ni wewe utaenda kukata na power source, si ndio? What are you going to do? You are going to generate aerosols. Utatoka hapo na XDR. Na ulikuwa unafanya kazi. Sawa sawa. So you have to be very, very careful. And that is why they are supposed to be labeled. Cause of death ilikuwa ni nini. Sawa. Na kama haujui, be very careful. Mnaweza fungua hivi, alafu mpate mtu alikufa na XDR. What do you do na mlikuwa hapo nyinyi wote? You see? That is why it is very, very important. Then we have gastrointestinal organisms. I've talked about the strain of E. coli that is not responding to antimicrobials. Resistant. Issues of antimicrobial resistance are currently very high because even simple diseases cannot be treated with the available antimicrobial. Hepatitis A, no vaccine. Si ndio? Hepatitis C, iko na treatment ndio lakini inaendanga hivi hivi, Yeah. HIV, again, it is there. COVID-19, we'll talk about the JN1 variant. Again, that it's within 3 weeks, it has affected, I was reading today on JN1, in the US, it has affected more than 50,000 people. And people are getting hospitalized. That one is only in the US. That is where it has been discovered. Yeah, and then viral hemorrhagic fevers, the ones that we've been talking about, Ebola, Marburg, and the rest. So we want to see what exactly can we do to prevent ourselves. Next slide. What exactly can we do to prevent ourselves as we work in these facilities? Today, I will not talk about IPC, though I like talking about IPC, but I will have to talk about hand hygiene. That one, definitely I will say something about it. Because without hand hygiene, nakwambia tutakuwa sisi wote ni wagonjwa. So, there are some diseases that can be prevented through vaccination. Next slide. Yeah, and some of them are like this one. So, I'll talk about tetanus, very important, because we deal with instruments. Na najua kitambo watu wa City Mortuary wako wapi? Iko. Kuna mtu wa City. Leo hawakukuja. Kuna mahali needle inaekwanga pale juu. Si ndio ile needle ya kushona ile kubwa. Inaekwa kwa dirisha hapo, Alafu inakuja hiyo ndio inashona, alafu inaekwa kwa dirisha tena. Si ndio? Mpaka inaanza kupata kutu. Ukijiprick na hiyo utapata nini? Si ndio? Because inasemekana hiyo needle ifai Ifai kutupwa, ni very expensive so inaikwanga tu hapo kwa window pane hapo, but I'm hoping those things have changed. Hiyo ilikuwa ni kitambo Haya, then of course the others, polio hiyo tulipatiwa, mumps, measles, hepatitis B, very very important. Before you start working, you are supposed to have been vaccinated against hepatitis B. Kama unafanya kazi na haujadungwa hepatitis B, tafadhali udungwe. Na ni responsibility ya nani kudungwa hepatitis B? Yako kabla uanze service. Na kama uko kwa service, mwenye amekuandika, si ndio, lazima make sure umedungwa. Sawa sawa. Yellow fever, lakini ukiona aleti afadhali uende udungwe mwenyewe Yellow fever, again, vaccination is there. Influenza, hizi COVID, nini, very good to get vaccine. I think after COVID vaccine, unaona hata kahoma kalienda chini kidogo, si ndio? Then we have diphtheria, meningitis again. Meningitis is a very, very infectious disease, especially during autopsies. People who have died of meningitis, you're supposed to be very careful on that. And then we have typhoid and rubella. But I'll focus on, not all of them, I'll focus on a few. And number one is going to be hepatitis B. Each one of us must be vaccinated against hepatitis B. Hepatitis B is a big problem. Cancer zimejaa, na ukienda kufanya liver, unaona ni maneno ya hepatitis. Sawa sawa. So all of us must get vaccinated against hepatitis, and that one is, you get the first dose at number 1, the second dose after how many days? 30 days. Sawa sawa. Alafu the third dose after 6 months. And you don't forget, everybody must be vaccinated. Mwalimu, how are you? I'd not seen you. Sasa vile you've walked in, ndio nimeangalia nikasema, my colleague is here. You are well? Karibu. Yeah. So hepatitis B, all of us must be vaccinated. Don't work in a mortuary, in a health facility without vaccination of hepatitis B. All the 3, full dose, hepatitis B. The second one, tetanus, very, very important because of the kind of instruments we expose ourselves to. Uzuri, at least ukipata jab moja ya anti-tetanus, especially as an adult, hiyo itakusukuma. Yeah, you won't have to, it will take like, 10 years, which is very good. Let's go to the next, let's go to the next slide. Yeah, that one was a hepatitis I was talking about. Sorry, I also have my Mwakenya here. So sometimes I'm moving thinking we are moving the same. Yeah. Sawa sawa. So after every 10 years for TT. Yeah, just make sure you get it because of what you are being exposed to. Somebody can die of tetanus and be brought to the mortuary. So kindly let us also be getting the tetanus vaccine. Next. Yeah, we do yellow fever. Again, there's been an outbreak. There was an outbreak of yellow fever 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Again, very, very important. Each one of us must be vaccinated against yellow fever. And it is available. Don't just get vaccinated against yellow fever kwa sababu you'll be traveling. No. Get vaccinated because you are working. Day ya kutravel ikikuja utatoa hiyo yellow card and you will be able to travel. However, when you are there, kindly make sure that you are vaccinated as you work. At least this is the one that is a one-off. Once you are vaccinated, it says yellow fever can be prevented with a vaccine that is effective, safe, and confers immunity for a lifetime. Yeah. Let's go to the next one. Yeah. Polio, I will not talk about it so much because BCG we were given. Sindio? Si kila mtu yuko na kamaka hapa alipatiwa BCG kama yeye bado ni mtoto. Sawa. Then next. Yeah. Again, COVID. I know there are people who did not get a COVID vaccine. Kindly be encouraged. Because of the new strain that is coming up, just make sure you get vaccinated against COVID. Utakuwa umebakia peke yako, na COVID ikikuja, especially the strain JN.1, if it comes, then you'll be more susceptible. And where you are working in a very important department, and you need to be fully vaccinated, regardless of what, which one you are taking. On my map, I don't have AstraZeneca, but AstraZeneca is also being given as a first and a second dose. So any vaccine is supposed to be given so that now you are protected. So next. So this is the one that I was talking about. This variant is becoming a WHO concern. Why? It is spreading very fast. And you know, nowadays the globe, or rather the earth, the world is a global village. Ndege ikitoka tu huko na mtu kwisha. Si hata COVID ya kwanza ilikuja hivyo. Zile ndege mbili zilikuja JKIA mpaka mtu akafutwa kazi. Si mnakumbuka? Watu wamesema ndege zisiingie na zikatoka huko na zikaingia mbili. Then from there the whole country. So you only need very few people or even one person who is infected to come in, and it's going to spread. So before it spreads, make sure that we are safe as healthcare workers. So it has become a concern, and it is growing very fast. It's actually accounting for more than 30% of all hospitalizations in the US. So that is the current information. So we don't need to wait until it comes, but we need to be protected. So I want to summarize for you this presentation in this way. That IPC practices must be implemented in full and followed to the letter, regardless. IPC protocols must be implemented in full and followed to the letter. Not all diseases can be prevented through vaccination. Not all diseases. So don't say I'm already vaccinated, now I can be careless. No. There are those ones that cannot be prevented by vaccination. And all healthcare workers must be educated and capacity built on infection prevention and control. Your work is key. You know, you're one of the key healthcare providers because you handle somebody who has succumbed, meaning the viral load in that body is very high by the time it is coming to you. The bacterial load in that body is very high mpaka imeua by the time that body is coming to you. So each and every person working in a funeral home, in a mortuary, must be educated to make sure that they are able to implement standard operating procedures, additional operating procedures. It is the responsibility of the employer to educate all healthcare workers on infection prevention and control. The responsibility again lies to your employer. Wanaandika mpaka schedule chart. Yeah, we are going to have an IPC CME, we are going to have a biosafety CME, we are going to have a health worker safety CME, all that. Responsibility ya nani? Ya employer. To make sure that unapata hiyo information yote. But don't rely on the employer alone. Nowadays we have Mr. Google or Dr. Google that you can also be able to consult. But you must be trained in all these things. Then it is the responsibility of the healthcare worker to take all precautions. Unaona mali tunaambiwanga sasa you cannot be compensated. You are given gloves, you are given a gown, and you are given a mask. You are working without them. If you get an infection, the employer will say, in my store, zimeja. Just the other day we went to a facility. We were doing a facility audit. We went to the incinerator. The incinerator operator, yuko hapo, ana operate na nguo zake. Incinerator, imagine. Na ukiangalia, kuna PPE. Tukamuuliza na hizi PPE, akasema hizi PPE ni za yule mwingine, mimi nimekuja, mimi ni reliever. You know, that thing of reliever, because the other one is on off duty. And all personal protective equipment are there. Na Havai, you will never, ever, ever apply on what we call DOSH 1. -1 is for compensation. If you get infected in your healthcare facility and you did not use personal protective equipment, you can never be compensated. And then it is the responsibility of the healthcare worker to communicate correct information to the public and fellow healthcare workers. Let us not be the ones who are telling people usikuwe vaccinated. That one is wrong. Sawa sawa. You must communicate the correct information to your fellow healthcare workers and to the public. You are the ones who deal with the public. When they come there and they are very low, give them the correct information. Hii mwili musi handle namna hii. Because already umejua huyu mtu alikufa na XDR TB. Sawa sawa. So you don't allow them to handle the body just like that, but to handle it with caution, as much as you are maintaining confidentiality. So that one is the take home message. Get vaccinated, but make sure that infection prevention and control procedures are implemented through and through. In the last conference, we talked about IPC. This one, we are talking about vaccination. In the next conference, let us talk about something higher, but make sure that everything is done in accordance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kitangala. Let's appreciate Mr. Kitangala once more. It's important that we be safe at our workplace. And remember, safety comes first. So thank you very much. Let me appreciate the presence of our fellow stakeholders who have just walked in. Let me appreciate the presence of KUDHEA workers who supported us in our last conference. They will be presenting this afternoon. Allow me also to present the presence of Madam Mwangi, who's registrar or students affairs at KMTC headquarters. So karibu sana madam, feel at home. She will be also presenting in the afternoon. So at this particular time, we'll welcome a session of Q&A, maybe for 10 minutes, so that we break for lunch and come back at exactly 2:15. What's the time? It's almost 2. Okay. Any question, please? Any burning question to Mr. Kitangala before we break? There is none. So if in agreement, we can have a volunteer to pray for us. We break for lunch, and we try as much as possible to be fast on it so that we cover the remainder of what we have in the program. Any volunteer?
Tusimame na tuombee lunch. Baba wetu katika jina la Yesu Kristo, tunapotoka hapo tunaenda kula chakula. Kibariki kwa sababu wewe ni Bwana. Katika jina la Yesu Kristo aliye mkombozi wetu.
So let's be back at 2:15, please, kindly.
personally and the fraternity of Kudea, we really appreciate KMTC for introducing that diploma. Now it will become very easy for me when I will be negotiating what we call the collective bargaining agreement, because now I will be saying this staff of mine or this member of mine has a diploma, so all diplomas are equal. Whether it's a diploma in nursing or a diploma in medical laboratory sciences or a diploma in physiotherapy or a diploma in any other medical field. I have also seen, I think, is it Uzima University? Yes. Also, I thank you so much for having that course, because I have been asking myself, some years back I asked your chairman, one day I hope we'll be having a diploma in this field. Because this is one of the critical fields within the medical fraternity. But it is people have not been said act, and I know. Pia mkono juu. Simuona pia niko na jeshi. Simuona pia niko na jeshi. Now, because I have very few minutes, I will just go direct on the topic. And this is how you identify dispute or grievances within the workplace. But before I venture into that field, I would like to know, because you have two different ways of dealing with a grievance in a workplace. If you are not a member of any union, then it is between you and your, and the first one is you, between you, your God, and your employer. But when you are within a union, then the union takes care in when there is an issue of a grievance. Now, in this, I believe, if not all, you are members of a certain union, and please, I beg you, if you are not a member of any union, please, kindly today, make a decision and become a member of the union, because that is your right, which is guaranteed under Article 41 of the new constitution, which was promulgated in 2010. This is your right. You will only know the benefits of joining a union or becoming a member of the union when there is an issue. If there is no issue, then sometimes somebody do not even know what is the importance of somebody being a member of the union. And please also, don't be what we call a non-member, because if you are a non-member in a certain institution where there is a union, and the collective bargaining agreement is done, it will cut across, you will be given what the union has negotiated, but under section 49, subsection 1 of the Labor Relations Act. What does it say? It talks about what we call the agency fee. So if you are being deducted agency fee under section 49, subsection 1 of the Labor Relations Act, you are not a full member. When the matter comes in, unless under humanitarian grounds, the union cannot represent you. If you are a full member, then you can be presented. Now, what are some of the grievances within, and I want to be very specific, we deal with issues that arises or grievances which arises within your profession, within your field. Now, we have said grievance is a complaint. It might be real or not real. But first of all, it becomes a grievance before it becomes a dispute. Now, for example, like you are in your field. Can somebody, because you know this is adult education, can somebody tell me what might be one of the grievances within your workplace? One on my side is mishandling of the person who has left this world. That is one. Can I have another one? So that now we can deal specific on one of the grievance which might be there. Can somebody? Yes, my brother. Circumcision? Going wrong? Another one? You are in this field. You know sometimes the challenges which are there. Oh, amerelease mwili, sijui invoice haikuwa imewekwa, sijui imekuwa, amerelease the wrong body, ikazikwa sijui Kakamega na ilikuwa iende pande ingine. So you have those issues. Those are some of the grievances I'm saying. Those are some of the complaints when now a relative comes and they complain that the body which has been released to me is not the real body. Is that a grievance or is not a grievance? It is a grievance. But now we ask ourselves, what was the cause of the mortician giving the wrong body to the wrong people or to the wrong person? Can somebody try to think what might be the cause? Yes, my brother. What? Exactly, because when the body comes from the ward, it has that tag. So if there is an issue with the tag, then that problem now originated from the ward, now comes to the morgue. Another one? We have said this is an adult education. Another one, please. Sabotage. How does sabotage occur? Very good. Which is very common. And also there is another one which is very common. And my good friends will bear with me. That also we have another one which is very common. That unaambiwa, a relative comes and say, mimi niliambiwa before nitengenezewe hiyo mwili, nilikuwa nifanye 1, 2, 3. Si mnaelewa what I mean? Ya macho. Sijui ni macho ama ni ya sikio. So ni kweli? You know, call a spade, and let us be very specific, so that you can be able now to deal with the exact issues. Ya macho. But I was asking, haiwezi pia kuwa ya mdomo, because when macho atakuwa inaangalia hata pia mdomo si ndio itakuwa imeongea. Haiwezi kuwa pia kwa macho na nyingine ya mdomo. Now, when that kind of a complaint is launched by either the relative of the deceased, or that complaint also can be raised by the hospital itself, how will you be in a position to be able to answer? That's why I was asking how many people are here in this conference who are members of the union. Because if that issue now comes in, you are not under the union, then it is you, your God, and your employer. And you know how employer sometimes becomes very tricky. At the tail end, I will give one of the example. Not a real, this is a real example, but it's very, very painful. There was a grievance, but I will give at the tail end. Now, the first and the foremost is that there are some of the grievances that follows under what we call gross misconduct under the Employment Act 2007. One of them, which follows under gross misconduct, under the Employment Act, which can lead the employer to dismiss you on the spot? One, it's called theft by, it is called theft by servant. Theft by servant, confirmed, as long as all the procedures has been followed. It's what we call summary dismissal. Now, when these grievances arise, the most key thing, if you are a member of the union, those allegations has been labeled upon you, you consult the person who has been elected to represent you either in that unit or an official within the setup. The most key thing in this matter is that that union official, because this person who has been trained, will be able to check balance whether there is any loophole in that allegation. But if somebody has not been trained, it will be very difficult. Yesterday, this between me and you is okay hapa. Yesterday, I attended a disciplinary meeting where a member was accused of receiving money from hospital client. Is that a grievance or is not a grievance? That was the complaint, and the complaint has been documented. Iko hapo. Now, it became a case. The relative has come, has written a statement. Yes, I gave Mr. So and so the money, and he was supposed to refund me a certain amount of money. So kitu ya kwanza employer would do is what? Suspend or interdict that employee. So this matter came to the disciplinary. Now, as a person who is representing this member, what will come to your mind? First and foremost, as the person who is representing this member, you must know how was the transaction was done. Through M-Pesa, hama nipe niku, hama nipe nikupe. And already that employee is outside, amekuwa suspended. So I went in the meeting, I raised objections, and I said the matter does not meet any a third of any threshold in terms of the criminal offense, because also he was being accused with the criminal offense of receiving money. Number one. Then the boss asked me, Meme, don't try to confuse us. You are trying to tell this committee this person never received the money? And I said yes. He never received the money, and I can confirm with my last drop of blood. Do you know the reason why I had a lot of confidence? It is because I had done a proper research. Usiende kwa kesi kusimamia mtu kama haujui. Now this patient, you know nowadays people are paying through the M-Pesa. So simu yake ilizimika. Sawa sawa? So kama simu imezimika, under humanitarian grounds, this person said, instead of sending this patient because it's a mother who had a child, and the child was very sick, and this patient didn't have a clinic on that specific day, So the mother was crying. So my member decided on a material grounds, let me pick this money, put in my phone, na nilipe. Sawa sawa. That's exactly what he did. But now, because consultation is 1100, he was supposed to refer the 350 to the client. Okay? Now by bad luck, shetani naye ni nani? Shetani pia utembea. It is sometimes the devil can come with a full force. Before ufanya namna hii uzuilie, the action has already taken place. So simu ya ule my member ikazimika, kakosa moto. So the client thought this person is refusing to refund the balance because hakuwa na he had 1500, so now the constitution is 11, so alikuwa amweke. Now what happened in this scenario, the reason why this member was being accused ni alichukua pesa ya mgonjwa, but they never found out the reason why this member decided to take this money aweke kwa simu yake na alipia nani. He was returned to work with an immediate effect kwa ile pesa yote ambaye alikuwa amekatwa for almost around 7 months. Arudi kazini na arudishwe pesa zake zote zile ambaye alikuwa amekatwa. Now tell me, in that scenario, what would have happened if this member didn't have a union official or this staff was not a member of the union? He would have gone home. So you have seen an advantage of being a member of the worst. Na hii munisamee, but I have to say it. Lakini tumesema hii ni yetu hapa. So we are doing this course, all of us here. Kama kuna mgeni anaweza kutu excuse, atoke nje. This is very painful, but we have to say. A Mortician was accused. Sawa sawa. I don't know whether I can call it sleeping with the dead. I don't. How do I define it? How do I say it? Can you define a dead? Kitangana, I think. Can you? I don't know which language you can use. Let us use that one. Let us use that one. Now, the advantage is that this person was a member of the union and the case has to be prosecuted. It has been confirmed under all the medical basis. This has been done. I want to tell you or to ask you, how will you save this member? Utamuombea. Now, hata ukimuombea, si employer atampeleka nyumbani. It's good also you can pray. Eh? Escort him home. Another one with a different version. You are a trained union official and you're the one representing this member. We can say a dead through the, no, not through the relative, through the hospital. We can put it that way, okay? Now you are the one who is representing this member. What will you do? Apimwe akili kwanza kabla ya. Now, what about if you don't have that knowledge? Will this member go home? So we said because the law allows somebody to be retired on what we call medical grounds, assuming this person didn't have a union official. Siangenda nyumbani. And the law is very clear when somebody is retired on medical grounds. Even if you are employed today, today is 20th. Today is 20th. You are employed today, permanent and pensionable. Tomorrow is 21st. You are retired on medical grounds. What happens with your benefits? Huh? Uko sure? Unapewa zote? That is the advantage of somebody being retired on medical grounds. But as long as you can be able to make that argument as a union official, because usiposema namna hiyo, employer atamwambia enda nyumbani. So we demanded medical examination must be done, and the person was sent on medical retirement. Will you agree on that? Before you agree on this person to be retired on medical grounds, what else do you need to do as an union official? Honorable lady, I can see you. You want to say something? This is a case which has been confirmed. In fact, nowadays, in terms of doing the DNA, we don't even need blood. The DNA paternity. Unachukua brush ya meno, mdomo. Unaona ile karatasi tulikuwa tunafunga naye inawekwa kwa sukari. Inaitwa karatasi gani ile? That brown. Usiweke kwa black. Hiyo ya kaki. Inawekwa na inafungwa. So the semen which was found on the dead, the DNA of the test which was done on the accused person was compatible. So there is no way we would have denied. Sio sawa. So hapo nataka tuko very sure. So hapa hakuna kudeny. Sawa sawa. But now, when you talk about the medical, telling somebody on medical grounds, you also make an argument. You need what we call the medical report. Because sometimes a doctor might descend and say, let us put this person on treatment for 4 months, 6 months, or even 1 year. That is, I know, I can see how you have changed your faces, but call a spade a spade. Si ni kweli? Mtu ameenda amepatikana na nyama akiwa ameweka kwa gambuti hapa. Sawa? So wenye anatembea tu namna hiyo, askari anauliza, kwani ule mtu ana bleed kwa mguu ama namna gani? So anafuata, anaenda anaangalia, anaona muuliza ni nini? Kuangalia ni nyama iko kwa gambuti. That now the employer will release that complaint. Si ni kweli? What will you do, madam? You are the one who is representing this member. What will you do? The meat has been confirmed is not it's not a human meat, ni ya ng'ombe. Now these are some of the challenges that union officials unapitia wakati ambaye una present a member. But first and foremost, stand the grievance or the complaint which has been raised by the complainant. Sasa, that is the first thing you must study. Secondly, what do? Try to find out whether there is a loophole within that allegation. Hatusemi watu wafanye makosa. Wakili saa zile ambaye anaenda kotini na anajua umeua, anasemanga hujafanya nini? So ni kweli? Because this is your member. So if you have not studied the complaint, it will be very difficult because it might be a real complaint or imagined complaint. Leave now the imagine. Imagine unajua itaenda alafu ishie pale. The confirmed one, you look for the loophole. And you pinpoint those loophole. Somebody was charged with what I was saying, theft by servant. Okay? So, and we have said under Employment Act, you know, these employers are very strict. Under Employment Act, if somebody is charged on that account, that one is summary dismissal. But assuming this person is around 50-something years as a union official, what can you do? Yes, it is theft by servant, but this person is almost retired. What will you do? There was something we used to call retiring an employee on public interest. But if you don't know, si employer atampeleka nyumbani. Si ataenda nyumbani bila kujua. So what I was saying that the benefit of you being a member of the union when there is an issue, then the member of the union can be able to see how to assist. And there are some of them which are very difficult because with the evidence, sometimes I presented another case where somebody has stolen something. Then I was asked, Meme, under the Employment Act 207, do you agree with us? This is summary dismissal? I said yes. Because sometimes also you must be very smart. Even if you are representing somebody, don't make argument where there is no argument. If you have studied your case very well and you have seen there is nowhere a loophole, please. Hata ukifanya argument, it will be very difficult. So they said this person has to go home. Kasema, I have to pray and I have something to say. Do you know what I said? Who can guess? Who can guess? Yeah, that is one, which now does not supersede the Employment Act under the clause of the theft servant. He has served well, that's very nice. Long service. Probably this was the first offense. That is very good. Do you have another one? I said all this. Then the last one I said, I asked the chairman. Chairman through, members through the chairman. Do you agree or do you believe in prayers? Sometimes lazima uko very cunning kidogo, my brother. In fact, even I was telling some people that for me, I don't see whether I'm going to see the kingdom of God. Not because I'm a bad person. Remember, it's not a bad person. But because I know the Bible somewhere, siko very conversant. Lakini kuna mahali Biblia inasema, usifanye nini? Usiongea nini? Uongo. Sawa? Siko somewhere. Now, I ask the honorable members through the chairman. Chairman, do you believe in prayers? Unajua lazima niwe mjanja kidogo. Do you believe in prayers? Then the chairman said yes. But Meme, what does the prayers has to do with this thief? In fact, he called him a thief. And then I said, Chairman, do you believe in prayers? The answer for him was yes. So I said, since you believe in prayers, this person needs what we call total deliverance. Hallelujah. In his total deliverance. Then the chairman said, Meme, you have made a very good argument, but do you believe this man will change? Then I said, yes, I believe, because also you have said you believe in prayers. So the other pleadings that I had made, wakasema hizo ni kado, tunaenda sasa na hii ya kuokoka. Akaambiwa, you are going to lose the withheld salary for the period you have been interdicted, but you are going to resume work. Shetani naye ni nani? Devil is a liar. Miezi ine haikuisha. Mimi na ule tena. If it were you, what you do say the second time? No, we said the devil first time, and those we talked about the church, aokoke, aende aombewe kwa kanisa yake. What would you probably would have said the second time? So that is, yes, you can say amerogwa. The other one? Aliachiliwa aende akaombewe, tuone kama atachange. Lakini sasa amerundi, hakuchange. You are the one who is representing this member. And this member is not contributing the union due under section 49 subsection A of the Labor Relations Act. This is a full member who has filled the check-off form. So huyo ni member mpaka hata kana namba. Wale wengine wanafollow under section not a member lakini analipwa. Pia naye pia lazima alipe. So what I said. So chairman akaniambia, Meme, today I'm very sure. No, Meme, you are joking. And I said, I'm not joking. I have something to say. So everybody now was shocked. Ile wakati mwingine silikuwa mambo ya maombi. Saa na kurogwa na nini. Saa hii atasema nini? Kasema, chair, hapa unajua nimeweka sura ya kazi, lakini ndani ndo nacheka. Kasema, chairman, it seems as these prayers never worked. Hey! Wait. Watu walicheka wote. But chairman akaniuliza, Meme, when do you think these prayers will work? Kasema, I beseech, I pray, and I plead, and I have accepted. Please, I do beg, give him the last chance. With those pleadings, sometimes also depend how you make your argument. And where there is evidence, na wewe mwenyewe umefanya research yako, unaona kweli ni ukweli, especially the issues of the M-Pesa. Leniency sasa hapo tu ndio utaenda pande leniency. So chairman akasema, now tunataka achange kanisa yake. Anaendanga kanisa gani? Catholic. Tunataka sasa achange aende kanisa ingine. Tuone kama atafanya nini? Atachange. Na to be very frank, that person alisamewa na akarudi kazi. Devil is a? Can I hear somebody say in a loud voice? Devil is a? Miezi ina ikuisha. What will you do as a union member who is representing this client? Because the union officials, tunasema hawa ni wakili. Si ni kweli? Now, hapo ndio imefika. Tell me, what will you do? Tunaona kazi ngumu. And assuming, nataka assume this person was not a union official. This person would have gone home the first. Thank God. Alikuwa ni union official. Sometimes you can make some argument. The third time, chairman confirmed that Meme has nothing to say in this matter. But Meme naye ni nani? Nikose kitu ya kusema nichekwe? Sikukosa kitu ya kusema. It was around 53. I pleaded with the committee for him to be retired under No, not medical grounds. Medical grounds unless tungeenda kwanza afanywe mental assessment, semekane kichwa ndio mbaya. Anda? Not early retirement. I pleaded for that employee to be retired under public interest because the law also allows that. It was within the law. But currently I have heard they have removed that one. Retiring somebody on public interest, sasa sijui tutapiga kona gani ingine. So that's how challenge it is. It's not a very easy thing, but we have to do for our members. If the matter cannot be sorted out, there are some of the issues which cannot be sorted out within the workplace. We refer those issues. There are some which can be sorted within the workplace. Then that matter is closed. Because there is first warning, there is second warning, third warning. Then if the matter now follows under what I was calling under gross misconduct and employment act, we cannot be able to agree. Sometimes if we can see there is a loophole, maybe probably we can be able to use it, we refer the matter to the Employment and Labor Relation Court. In the old system, under the old constitution, it was called Industrial Court. Now there is an advantage with the new constitution, there is also an advantage with the old constitution, and vice versa. Under the new constitution, you go to the Employment and Labor Court. If the union wins, management can decide to appeal, goes to the court of, not court of law, goes to the court of appeal. It can also move from the court of appeal, goes to the Supreme Court. Under the old constitution, the industrial court was final. Wewe ukiwa employee ukinyongwa umenyongewa wapi? Kama ni employer amenyongewa wapi? Now, honorable members, umesikia hiyo kibarua yetu si rahisi, lakini tumejitolea. So, mine is to thank you all na muendelee na hiyo kazi. Hii ambaye mnafanya, kuna watu ambaye walikuwa wamesema hiyo ni kazi ngumu, siwezi ifanywa, siwezi olewa na mtu ambaye anafanya hiyo kazi. Sasa nimesema wako na watoto wawili. I really appreciate and thank you all. Na waombea baraka za Mwenyezi Mungu. Mungu awaonekanie na muendelee kutenda mema na muendelee pia kutendewa mema. I know it is very hard task. Sio kazi rahisi. The last but not the least, may the will of the Almighty Living Father be done unto you, unto your family, and into your souls. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Meme, for that. Let's all rise up, kindly. We are going to give him factor 5. Mnajua factor 5? Do you know factor 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and then 1. Okay, on to your marks. Get set. Go. We start. Ai, mbio mbio, mbio mbio. Aha, tuanze. 1, 2, go. Good. Thank you so much, Mr. Meme, for that. We are really enlightened. At this juncture, I'll call upon Mr. William Omondi Odipo. He's a mental health advocacy technical lead in the psychological rehabilitation, IMLU. Is he present? He's not present. I think Mr. Felix saw him somewhere. Then, at this time, I'll call Petit for the peer, our peer coordinator of the association. Let's clap for her as she comes. This all concerns our mental health at our workplaces and the kind of work that we do. So let's keenly listen to her.
Good afternoon again, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Petit Nganga. I'm a mortician at Murang'a County and also the peer coordinator for Mapake Association. So I'd want to take you through, we did a survey for the morticians in the association. If some of you are here, you remember that we had a survey where I asked you questions, a few questions to gauge where we are mentally. And so for those who are new, the peer support group is a program that provides assistance in one-on-one and group setting, educational help, and other diverse activities of an interpersonal nature. Funeral practitioners need to openly accept the profession, that their profession poses strong risk to their mental health. Post-traumatic stress disorder among us often gets overlooked and undiagnosed. So COVID pushed us to start this peer group. However, we are now post-COVID, so we thought we shouldn't stop. Mapake started in December 2021 when we partnered up with Funeral Professional Peer Support from Canada through their founder, Mr. Michael Dixon. So for now, I'll take you through the responses of the questions that we had back then. It was around 2 months ago. Next slide, please. So we started with the position of the mortician. So the applicants were around 50, and for morticians were around 94%, and mortuary attendant were around 6%. So that confirms that going to school has really helped, because now most of us have gone through the system and we are now professionals. Next slide. For age, you can see the orange parts. Most morticians are 31 to 40 years for the 50 that we did. That is 23 out of 50. For the 40 to 50, it's the red parts. And 20 to 30, it's the green part. So you can see that 31 to 40, that's where most of us are. Next. Type of facility. Definitely the government are many, because the private ones are not as many as the government ones. So personally owned are a few. Next. Duration of service. Most of us are below 5 years for the 50 that we did. For the orange one, 5 to 10 years, they follow, and then above 10 years, they're not as many. But that's due to, you saw we had few mortuary attendants in the application. Next slide. So we wanted to see how mentally we are doing, and does your facility prioritize mental health? Most of you said yes, others said no, kuna wale hata hawajui, so maybe. Next slide. Does your facility have a counselor? 78% said yes, 18% said no, and the other ones maybe. Next. Are counseling services accessible in your facility? And are they paid or are they free? So some said 11, the 11 were paid, free 39. Next slide. How often do you use those services? The orange one is where we're saying 21, who said, once, sorry, who said once. For the 19, it's often, and for the 10, it's no. If they were made available, would you make use of those services? Most of you said yes. But also, most of you said if they were made available, they wouldn't want their counselor to be in the same institution as they are for confidentiality. Next. How has being a mortician impacted your overall well-being and mental health? 35 of you said positively, 10 negatively, 5 wako tu. Next. What specific aspects of your job as a mortician do you find most emotionally challenging? So here, unaweza teremsha this photo kidogo. Most of you said handling babies. That's the biggest number. Others said, the next ones were said mass fatality. Others said family, when you attend to your own family. Others saying during viewing and dispatch. Others said autopsies, and now also difficult clients. But if difficult clients, I think most of you know how sometimes when one is grieving, they are not in their best mental state. So that's what we call difficult clients. Next slide. In what ways do you cope with the emotional challenges of working in the funeral industry? So most of you said talking out with friends and talking out with fellow morticians. That was the top two. Others said peer support group. Others said social activities. Others said religion. Others said emotional awareness. And others which only you know. Next slide. Have you found that discussing your experiences with peers in the field has been beneficial for your mental and emotional health? Most of you said yes. How important do you think peer support is for morticians, and have you personally benefited from participating in a peer support group? So it means most of you said yes. As you can see, yes, 45, no 5. In what ways can the funeral industry provide better support and resources for the mental health and well-being of morticians? So, most of you said the psychologists and counselors they would want to have, but as I've said, not in the facility. And others said they'd want us, the association, to have their counselor, so that if you have an issue, you can go to counselor of the association. Others said mental health support programs, mentorship programs, team building, conducive work environment, because you know, for those who work in a public facility, it's not an easy one, considering our resources are not yet at par. And so also standardized salary, and that I think we've talked about here. So that's all for the peer support survey that we had. I would want to urge all of you to please kindly, next year when we continue with the peer support meetings, kindly be joining. We'll make sure we've been having for the whole year, quarterly, every quarter, but now we want at least after every 2 months, we make sure to have a meeting. And I'm sure you'll leave there feeling like you're part of a big group. You're not alone in what you're going through. Thank you so much, and see you in the next peer support meeting.
I guess we can do much better than that. Let's appreciate her. Thank you so much, Petit. We know easier said than done. We cannot do such. Cindy, she's done a good job. Thank you so much. At this point, I would like to welcome Mrs. Grace Mwangi, Deputy Registrar, Students Affairs at KMTC, to come and speak to us on mental health in mortuary science. Let's appreciate her as she comes. Better. We can do better. Thank you. Thank you.
Shouldn't have to. Right, let me just arrange myself. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I will say good afternoon until everybody answers. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. I wanted to be sure that everyone is with me so that I'm not talking to just a few.
And I'm not talking to myself. I don't like talking to myself. I like talking to people who respond to me because first, I'm a teacher. Teachers don't talk alone, and they want the others to be together in class. My name is Grace Mwangi, like she rightly put it. I work at the Kenya Medical Training College, where I am the Deputy Registrar, Student Affairs. I have very few minutes to do this, but I have to give a little background to this. I want to first say that I'm pleasantly surprised that this room is full. When I was told I would come to speak, I thought I'm going to speak to a handful of people because I didn't expect there are so many of you people. So, and this is just a sample, so I'm really happy that you are building a profession, and a profession that is coming strong with time. So congratulations first for putting this together. Congratulations for looking so good. You know where I'm coming from. I'm talking from a layman's perspective. And thank you for trying to professionalize this. And I'm glad that where I come from, we have decided to have this course as a training so that we add some professionalism to what you do. I think we need a lot of mentorship from you people. We've just begun, but you have been in the field. So thank you for being here. We consider you partners as KMTC, and we'll continue talking to each other about this. She's done a good job at the research, and I know my other daughter who is here will be coming to talk about mental health. So I told her before lunch that I'm just going to pass through this because when you give birth to children, you don't do all the work again. You let the children do the work. So Nafisa, prepare to do all the work. But just to talk a bit about mental health, it's so much we may not cover it in a session, but the research that the peer support group did is highlighting important things. One thing I've picked as she was presenting, I'm glad that where you work, a good percentage has counseling services. I'm glad that a good percentage is utilizing. I'm glad that you have intentions to continue utilizing. And the most amazing is that you've put together a peer support group because you talk to people who understand you, people who identify with you, and they're likely to hear you and feel you better than I can because I don't know the path that you walk. But for me, I'll be very brief on this. I'll talk about what I think I know would be a mental health challenge among this group of people. And I hope that at the end of the few minutes that I have, I will have made sense to you. So I think we carry on with the presentation, and I'll start with what I think your role is. When I was looking through literature, you are not the first responders, you're the last responders. And as I sat there, I was thinking, even in my own house, the person who is left clearing and taking care of the difficult jobs at times goes unnoticed. And for a long time, you people who, as we deal with life, the medics, we are dealing with people who are living, we are restoring health, we want to make sure they're okay, but the worst comes to the worst and we lose that person, we just walk away. I worked in the clinical area for a while before I went teaching, and the worst thing was when a patient passes on, and the doctor and the clinical officer, they quickly pocket and they tell the relative, talk to sister, and sister doesn't know what to do. Sister is left to handle all the grief that is going to be in that ward. And after sister is done, the work is left to you, and we don't regard you. We'll all be gone. Come and do your thing. Come with your trolley, cover that body, I don't know what that thing is called, and go. And we forget about you. And we even dread you in the corridor. So the last responder, most of the times is ignored, yet they do the most important work. If you are not there, then our environment would be uninhabitable. So you do a very important job. And from my layman's perspective, what do I think you do? You go to the wards, or you go to the site where someone has passed on, and you're probably receiving the bodies, or you're picking them in the first place. And if you're working in the mortuary, you're receiving the bodies, you're storing them, you're trying to embalm and prepare them, something that none of us think about, because once we put the body there, the next thing is we want to pick a clean, well-dressed, well-groomed body. We don't know what you have put into that.
Then we also want you to assist the pathologist when they do the post-mortem, whatever it entails, the gruesome pictures you have to see. I heard somebody say those things for stitching and they are put at the window, then there are those things for cutting, there are those saws for sewing. I cannot imagine all that being done on a human body by another human being as another human being assists. For me, that would be very scary, but you deal with that every day. Then you have to, when you come with our caskets and we have selected them, and we want you to arrange, it's not our business, just put them nicely, give us a clean casket, give us everything well done. We don't even imagine what you go through before you do that. We facilitate, we come to say, na kuna wengine wanakujanga kuview bodies usiku. I wonder why we would come at 6 to view a body. And you will not tell us, my shift is over, we have come. And if we come and you don't show us the body, we'll scream and scream until the whole place comes down. So you just have to listen to us and work with us. So I can imagine that your work would be very, very difficult. If there's cremation to be done, you guys will be there. Is this providing support to the family when we come with all drama? I heard the most difficult situation is difficult clients or difficult customers. Why do they become difficult? Because we have come with our baggage of emotion and we don't want to know what you've been through the whole day or the entire week. You must handle us. And if you don't, then we'll raise a grievance and you start looking for Kudea. You start looking for your union officials. And I mean, we come in all those shapes. And of course, some of us don't know what to do with death. A lot of us don't know what to do with death. And we expect that you people have been around death for so long, so you're the experts of death, so you will help me understand even the most difficult things, which at times you're also struggling to deal with. So in my little understanding, that would be my conceptualization of what you people do. Let's go on. We'll need to be fast because I realize I have to be quick. Dealing with grieving families is very difficult. Many times you have not even been empowered to deal with a grieving person. You've not been empowered. You don't know what to do. Do you tell them stop crying? Or do you tell them cry louder? Or you tell them now you can roll? Or you just shut up and go? Or you just tell them, well, this place, everybody has died, so there's nothing unique about yours, so stop making noise for us. You're ill-equipped to deal with grieving families. But at the same time, we expect you to handle sensitive matters. I can imagine how painful from where I stand, a body has been brought or someone has been brought, and you have to start handling even their clothes and giving to the relatives. Oh, we remove this ring, take the ring, or take the watch, take the shoes, bring them when we need them. I think that would be a very, very difficult thing to do, especially with the emotions that surround that. Then, of course, we expect that you are going to understand all of us and demonstrate empathy and compassion when at times you are the people who need that empathy and compassion, but we demand that you show us empathy and compassion, notwithstanding what trauma you may have gone through. We expect that you will work outside regular, you'll work anytime we want you to work, whether you're on duty or not, even in the village. Long time ago, I used to hear people die in the village, who do we call? That person works in the mortuary, will help us to preserve this body there. So we have expectations, you are outstretched, and I would imagine that would be the context of your work. Let's carry on. Then of course, what would that result in? Of course, the stress level for a person working in a funeral home or in a mortuary, whatever role they play, would be very high. Of course, we have different people. The receptionist and the mortician, they'll have different levels of stress. I would expect that they'll experience burnout out of the long working hours and the difficult working conditions with little support. But I'm glad from the research that you feel supported, at least those who belong to the peer group, feel supported by their organizations. Then the trauma which comes as a result of seeing other people suffer. I am assuming that we can imagine the dead is dead and is not feeling anything. But we are human beings. Some of those people or those bodies, when they are brought there, you can reflect and see what led to this death. Probably some very gruesome accidents. Sometimes people have suffered for a long time. Sometimes you're being brought a very wasted person and you're thinking this person has been sick for so long, and you're a human being. So you start figuring out what have these people gone through. I have heard dealing with babies is a difficult thing because probably you're putting yourself in the shoes of the mother who has just lost that baby. So how is that mother feeling? And you can imagine all those emotions, and they become unattended, and you begin to experience the trauma the other person went through. Or the nature of death, or the people who even bring this body to the mortuary, the suffering of others. You have never seen, ama kuna mtu anakujanga kuwasalimianga, anaambia today, leo nimekuja tu kuangalia mnaendeleaje. Kuna mtu anakujanga hivyo? Very rarely. Ama today just came to say hi and smiling and cracking jokes and bringing you things, bringing you flowers, not to put on a casket, but your own flowers because you've done well. Rarely do you get such. So you're forever dealing with bodies of people who have gone through traumatic experiences or who have died out of severe injuries and all that, or you're dealing with the family members who are experiencing the trauma and the grief and loss, and that is your daily life. So that when you leave your house, you can predict your day, can't you? When you leave your house in the morning, you can tell how that day is going to be. So that trauma from other people, you also begin to experience it like it is your own. Then you develop compassion fatigue. Now, burnout and vicarious traumas are just two sides of compassion fatigue. That fatigue that after you have experienced, you're exhausted, you're tired, you are affected by the traumatic experiences of other people, and then you begin to wear out. So that you're losing interest in yourself, you're losing interest in others, and you don't even think helping is a good thing to do. Now, you would be a person said to be suffering from compassion fatigue. Of course, the anxiety. You're not dealing with very rosy situations. And every time you're wondering, so what kind of bodies am I going to see today? What kind of procedures are we going to carry out today? What do they entail? What kind of families am I going to deal with today? And so you're likely to be anxious about what is that you are expecting to see. And I say that none of you wakes up from your home expecting to see a very rosy, happy, exciting situation at your workplace. So with time, you are likely to begin to worry about things that could happen to you. When he presented, he showed us the risks that we are exposed to, and that can create anxiety. With all the COVID and hepatitis, I can imagine how you people coped with 2020 and 2021. That must have been very difficult. Or does it not occur to you that it might be you, which occurs as a result of, in your case, prolonged exposure to traumatic experiences, to difficult experiences, so that your coping is pushed out of the ordinary and you're likely to develop such. Depression, of course, occurs after all those prolonged exposures, and with little coping and little support, you're likely to regress to depression, and we have seen people die by suicide because of the nature of their work. When we had COVID, we had a few doctors die. I don't think we have data of morticians or mortuary attendants who may have died out of mental illness because of the kind of work they were exposed to. I think we need a lot of research in this area. We carry on. So what is that would put you at risk of developing those mental health conditions? And the work-related demands, we don't underestimate what you have to deal with every day. Reminders of work situation. I mean, I keep saying you cannot fail to remember what your work situation entails. The demanding parents, the small babies that you're wondering, so how did this baby die? Born today, dead tomorrow, or born dead. And all those things are likely to affect you. Of course, physical contact with human remains. We are Africans, and Africans are us, aren't we? And so we have our own beliefs about having dead bodies in our presence. But I think I think if we were to salute people, it would be you. How do you sit in an environment where all those people are, and you have to deal with them every day? And the rest of us, just when we went for lunch, there's a group, doing welfare there, and I was telling them, I think the Mortician's workshop is more interesting than yours, because he played very good music. I hope this was calculated that we have very good music over lunch. And I hope we can have it after this presentation. Then theirs was just, we are talking welfare. I'm thinking, what kind of welfare without music like the one the Morticians are having? And so they said, you know, when we saw that banner, we have decided to stay away from there. For heaven's sake, there's not even a dead body here today, and they're staying away from us. What if they have to see or interact with a dead body every day? So we have our own perception. And those people, they're not villagers, they are learned. That's a cream of KMTC. And they feel like when we saw that banner there, we didn't want to be associated. I say, and I am going right there, and we will meet in the office tomorrow. So I don't know whether tomorrow people will run away from me or what will happen, because I was hanging out with the Morticians. And I think I'll take enough photos with you to show them. All right, away from that, threats to well-being, hepatitis, the infections that you're likely to get. The infection that you're likely to get out of handling those dead bodies that have died out of contagious diseases. The family members who are not so kind, having to deal with even criminal gangs. At times they see those street boys coming to pick their bodies from Kenyatta, and that day you have to choose where to drive because wanakuja vile wako. Sindio? They come as they are, and you'll do things the way they want. You are at risk. Ama ukiwakuta on my way home, I passed through Kibera, and ukikuta mchango ya mmoja wao, lazima utachanga, upende usipende. Okay? How about if you're to deal with the body of one of their own, do they come smiling and they come ordering you and telling you what to do? So you can even be physically assaulted by people who come to pick their bodies. So there's a threat to your well-being. Stigma, of course, we've had a lot of it already right here, happening, live, and we're just okay here. Identification with families of the deceased. What do I mean? That you're also a human being, and you're thinking, poor mother, how can a mother lose a baby one day after birth? Or how can a whole family perish and there's one person just coming to check? You know, like that one of the Bible. You remember the Bible with Job, eh? You know, everything about Job went wrong. But there was always one person being left to come and break the news. So imagine you are that one person left. So you, as a mortuary attendant or a mortician, you're thinking, it could have been my family too. I could be this person coming to identify multiple bodies in the mortuary. I might be this person arranging funerals for a whole family. I might be this person arranging a funeral for my dad. I might be this person. I might even be the dead person. So being human, you might identify with the families of the deceased, and you begin to experience the emotions they are also experiencing by being associated with them. Of course, the transitions and adjustments. When is your shift? You have to work extraordinary hours. You have to work when we are asleep. You have to sleep when we are awake. And we will not excuse you. So all those are likely to affect you. Encounters with the public. Once you step out of there, wear your badge today. Big, Mortician. And step out there. Let's see whether you get a tuk-tuk to take you to town. Will you get one? Identified, kabisa kabisa. Yeah? That someone will have to really think many times, say, ni pesa. Ata have kukuona wewe kama pesa ndio akubebe. Si akuone kama a human being ndio akubebe. Anyway, interpersonal conflict at work, and I'm glad Mr. Meme was here. Conflict can arise at work, and many times we clash at work because we are tired, we have no support, we are not communicating, we are working under pressure, we are working under very difficult environments, and all those are likely to put you at risk of developing mental health issues. So just to look at stress, I think, I don't want to unpackage each of them because these are things that we know. Stress is anything that can push you out of the normal. Any type of change that causes physical, emotional, or psychological strain. They happen to us every day, but the most important is how do we respond or how do we react to what is happening. So if you have been in a situation where you have repeatedly been exposed to stressful situation and you keep responding and you keep responding, at the end of the day, the body gets exhausted and you're no longer able to cope with it. And I'm saying that everyone experiences stress, but what you do with it is most important. And that's why we are sitting here. At the end of this, we'll be saying, how can we cope? And the research also has brought out a few issues of how you cope. And I was thinking it was very clever to include some good music to this workshop. Just that, I feel like it's underutilized. Maybe you have time to do it. Let's carry on. Then the other one I want to focus a bit on is compassion fatigue, which I mentioned, which is also known as vicarious trauma, a reaction to ongoing demands of being compassionate in helping those who are suffering. You cannot work in your setting unless you have compassion for others. Are we together? Hello? Don't start praying for me yet, eh? Okay? Don't start praying for me like closing your eyes and nodding. Not yet. I'm about to finish. Don't worry. And I'd like us to maybe understand, what is that compassion? When I saw the word compassion, I remember, I'm a Christian, I needed to say that. I remember one story in the Bible which says Jesus had compassion on him. When Jesus had compassion, compassion is that feeling of distress. You identify with the other person's trouble, but you don't stop at identification. You want to go ahead and help or support that person through their distress. So even when you're working, who can pay you? Can we pay you enough for the work you do? You must do it because you want to do it. And I'm surprised that there are so many people who want to do. When we advertised for that course, we thought that was going to be the course with least applicants. But in a week, we are having over 500 applicants. And I was asking the registrar admissions, are you making them or are they real? The interest. That means we have a lot of people with compassion who are willing to identify with the distress of others and at the same time help them. But when you are at that, you get tired or you get fatigued. And fatigue means that your capacity to do what you need to do to function normally is going down because you have used your resources over and over again, and probably you're not replenishing them. You're not getting to chill out. You're not getting to re-energize. You're not getting support. You're not getting to replace what you have already used, so you end up getting fatigued. So compassion fatigue simply means that your ability to have compassion is going down because you have been exhausted. We carry on? Okay. It's common among people whose work entails exposure to trauma, and I think from the first slide where we described your work has exposure to very traumatic environments. And of course, it might result from witnessing someone else's trauma. You see that every day when you deal with families. Includes listening and hearing stories. And when we come to you, we just don't want to see. We will ask you questions. We'll even ask, Mbona nakaa kama na blink? Do you know we see our own things when we come to those places? But it's like, ni kama ana breathe. And now we start saying, you have put our person in the casket and he's breathing. How was he breathing? He has been in the fridge all this time. How was he breathing there? So you have to deal with our foolishness and our imaginations because we want someone to talk to, we want to be listened to, we want to be heard. I was reading stories and somebody would say, I felt like someone tapped my shoulder while I was going to identify the body who tapped the shoulder. You can imagine what that means. Or there was a ghost in the mortuary and we have to deal with that. Or we saw him walking. One time I took my student to bury the mother, and the most difficult thing was my mom looked at me. She opened her eyes. I'm thinking I was there. She didn't open the eyes. So imagine we come with all that drama to you and you have to tell us, you know what, this person is really gone. Not as blunt as that, but the way we want to hear it. Of course, this will affect psychological, physical, and spiritual well-being. Psychological, your thoughts are being affected. Your physical well-being, because you're overstressed, you begin to get tired. You'll begin to have body aches. I think we'll be seeing that in the next slide. Of course, this puts you at risk of developing mental illness. And of course, you begin also to doubt yourself. Let's go on and look at the symptoms of compassion fatigue in the next slide. We said there's physical, there's behavioral, and there is psychological symptoms. You'll be tired because you have worked in unusual circumstances for long. You'll have trouble sleeping. Probably your shifts are difficult. You have to cut some of your sleep, or you have a difficult day or a difficult working night and you can't fall asleep, or you've had trouble with the difficult clients she talked about. Increased susceptibility to, you have an increased susceptibility. Immunity is likely to go down. The pediatrician is here. When you begin to get diseases of children and you are an adult, there's something not so right with your immunity. When every flu that passes around puts you down, when every sore throat that passes around puts you down, when every little viral infection passes around and puts you down, we begin to check what is it about your immune system. So because of this physical exhaustion, and you're probably not feeding well, and you're not getting enough rest, so your immunity is compromised, and you keep getting now more sick off every day. I need a sick off this week, I need a sick off next week because now I have tonsillitis. I don't know why I believe adults should not be getting frequent tonsillitis if your immunity is so well. Well, I'm not saying that yours is down if you do. Muscle tension, because you're working with anxiety. In an anxious situation, the body is telling you, prepare to fight or to do what? To flee. And when you're preparing to fight or flee, your muscles are not just relaxed, your muscles are tensing to prepare for action. And if you are in a sustained situation of that tension, then you begin to have muscle aches and muscle tension. And that's when you say your neck is aching, you have a persistent back pain, you have a chest pain, and you're thinking you're having a heart attack. It's not coming yet. The heart attack is not anywhere. It is just tension. And your muscles are in a state of constriction all the time, preparing to fight or flee from the threat that your work presents. So GIT disturbances, you're either getting frequent motions or you get constipated, people change differently. How is your behavior? Number one, my teachers came to see. This has caught my attention. Sijui kama watoto wenu wanawekelewa ama ni ukweli. But I have stopped at the gate severally to look at the students who have been detained by the guards, and they tell me, Madam, huyu ni wa mortuary science. Madam, huyu ni wa mortuary science. I'm thinking, could it be true? Could it be true? They are not well groomed. Okay, I get it. All right. Increased use of drugs as a coping strategy. It can only get worse. It cannot improve anyone's well-being when we start coping using drugs. Then you're angry, you're irritable, you have an exaggerated sense of responsibility. The whole world is on your shoulders, so you feel like there's so much expectation, yet you don't know how to cope with all that. You cannot make decisions. You make poor decisions. You are forgetful. You keep looking for your glasses when they are on your eyes. Have you done that? Or on your phone and you're having it in your hands. Or your car keys and they're in your hands. Or looking for that car that you didn't come to work with and you're looking for it at the parking. What's going on? You are forgetting. Poor performance, and of course, poor work-life boundaries. Everything goes into the other. Work goes home, and home comes to work. There should be boundaries. Work should not come home, and home should not come to work. There should be clear boundaries. Of course, psychologically, you'll be feeling guilty. Survivor guilt. Why am I going? Why is all this happening? Is it my fault? Is there something I did not do? Of course, hopelessness, inability to feel empathy, you're negative about everything, you're emotionally fragile, you're what I call handle with care this side up. We need to label you here because you're very fragile. Fuse ina blow tu haraka haraka, kidogo mtu amepita ameshika nguo yako, vita, kazini. You know, what happened? You're emotionally very fragile, and of course, there's self-criticism and survivor guilt. Let's go on. We need to get done with this. Of course, there are other mental health conditions, including anxiety disorders and PTSD, which you already mentioned. We can go to the next slide. But the most important thing is, what should we do about all those? Let's carry on. Depression is known to us. I won't go there. You know how you'd recognize depression. I want us to go to how would we cope with all this. Before then, we have talked about this already. how you're labeled, how people look at you negatively. It would be worse if you look at yourself negatively too. You start isolating yourself because you work in that environment, which is not considered normal. So the most important is for us to know how to cope. And I felt very safe when she was doing her presentation because people already have a way in which they cope. And for me, the most exciting is the peer support group. If you don't belong to one, you need to join one. So you can practice emotional coping where you put humor into it. You realize you're being helpful. Without you, what could we do? You are the most important person as a last responder. You tell yourself that I am the most important. If I don't go to work today, some ward is going to suffer. If I don't go to work today, some family is going to be in distress. If I don't go to work, some cemetery will be empty, you know, and the Kanjo needs to make their money, not by people dying, but by you doing your work to help those processes go on. By realizing that you're being helpful, you can also plan to work is work. Tunaachiana na kazi wapi? Kwa gate. Ukienda nyumbani, mambo ya kazi mebaki kazini. Music, suppression of emotions, accept that that is your working place. And of course, the feeling of being appreciated. We said we don't bring you flowers every day. But when a family is happy and they go and bury their loved ones at peace and they're happy with your services, then you're already appreciated. You can also engage in other activities so that your mind is not just stuck on work. And of course, I want to stay with preparation, especially for my students. When I saw them do their first practicum, I think that's when we started talking with their lecturers. I said, did you prepare these children for this? Or they just appeared at Masinde Muliro. Thank you for hosting us, Masinde Muliro, for hosting our students. Did they just appear there and start doing dissections and observing? And I felt like we had missed out on something. But if you had a preparatory phase to say that this is what you expect will happen, and even for the worker, have a day. How is this day? How do you expect the day to be? Those who are on that shift, and you talk about it. And at the end of the day, of course, it would be nice to talk, how has it been? So there's a pre-exposure preparation that is very important. We carry on. Seeking support, having a buddy is very important. Someone you can call and talk about your experiences. And that's where peer support comes in, and the group support also comes in there. And of course, seeking professional support is very important. Accommodation and intellectualization, what sense are you making of your work? What does that work mean to you? It is not as we perceive it ourselves, but how do you perceive that work yourself? So you need to develop or create some pleasure from work, and be proactive by having probably, you're planning how your work is going to be, you're planning how your week is going to be, you're having an exercise program to help you cope with all the stresses of work. Let's go on. Of course, self-care, we cannot underestimate self-care. You focus on areas of self-care, maintain physical activity. Of course, get adequate sleep as much as you can. At least 6 hours of sleep. You're grown-ups, I won't tell you 8. If you can't sleep 6 hours, then you're going to be very compromised. Good nutrition, feed well, and keep yourself hydrated. Active relaxation, what do you do to relax? Do you listen to some good music, to some Tai Chi probably, or to some classical music, or do you do yoga? Do you meditate? Personal grooming, dress up and show up. Please, dress up and show up. And mentor my students to dress up and show up so that they're not dressing in Crocs and going to work. They're not dressing in sweatshirts and going to work. They're not putting sweatpants and going to work. That's not it. Dress up and show up because you do a very important job. Of course, celebrate successes. When a family is happy, when you have embalmed a body well, when an autopsy is well done without a lot of challenges, then that is a win. You know it is a win. Celebrate that win together. And when things go wrong, also as a group, come together and say, this did not work out so well today. Let us grieve, but move on after that. Take time away from work. We need to be taking leave or breaks, and find things to look forward to, find your me time, and work towards compassion satisfaction. Not just compassion fatigue, that is what work holds, but work towards having compassion satisfaction. And as I finish, I'm saying this, I'm not promising it's going to be so well. I'm not promising that it's going to be so easy. And someone by the name Dostoevsky said, you will burn, and you will burn out. But you will be healed, and you will come back again. So beware of what is likely to burn you. Just beware what is likely to cause burnout. But once you have identified it, prevent it, or if it is active, work on it. And once you work on it, you will be healed and you will come back. And thank you for having me for that short while. It was a marathon. I'll be glad to be of help in future to have this conversation about your mental wellness. Thank you very much.
Wow, superb, isn't it? Isn't it? Was it profound? Yes. Nani hajaelimika hapo? Hata Madam Beth. Sawa sawa. Thank you. Let's appreciate her. Thank you so much, Madam Grace. We really appreciate that. It was so profound. Now we come to the session of, we were dealing with the petite session and Madam Grace was about mental health. Now we welcome questions. And I have one question online whereby there's Brian Simiu. He's asking post-traumatic stress disorder treatment. Is there any treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder? I think you can help Madam Grace with the mic. As we continue, as we prepare our questions, kindly. We only have 10 minutes for the questions. You can maybe respond to that question. It came from Brian Simiu online.
Thank you very much, Brian, for that question. Post-traumatic stress disorder, is there treatment? Yes, there's treatment. First, we need to be able to recognize the symptoms of PTSD so that you manage the symptoms so that that person is not being rendered dysfunctional by what they're experiencing. I wish I had time to unpackage it. The symptoms of you're reliving the experience, how do you address that? Discuss that with the patient. How about the avoidance of the traumatic experience or anything that reminds? Again, psychotherapy will go a long way to help that person. PTSD comes also with a lot of anxiety. If that anxiety is crippling the person and counseling and psychotherapy is not helping, we might also want to consider pharmacological treatment to be able to bring the anxiety down to make that person function. But it's a combination of the two, psychotherapy and pharmacotherapy, but we emphasize more on psychotherapy so that the person is aware of what's going on, they're able to challenge their thoughts, they're able to change their behavior, they're able to face the traumatic experience, what would be perceived as a reminder of the traumatic experiences without arousing a lot of symptoms. So yes, it is treatable. Predominantly, counseling and psychotherapy. If need be, we employ pharmacotherapy.
Well, thank you for that. Any other question? Yes, Dr. Kitangala.
Thank you, and I think I've benefited a lot from this presentation, but I just wanted to ask both Madam Mwangi and Petit. There's a whole department at the Ministry of Health that deals with mental health, and they do a lot of support, what I know. So I don't know what the interaction is between the peer group and probably KMTC. How do you interact with the Department of Mental Health at the Ministry of Health? Thank you.
Thank you. The Division of Mental Health deals with mental well-being of all Kenyans, but sometime last year, post-COVID, they launched a program that has psychosocial well-being for healthcare workers. And I think we need to really scream out loud that the last responders or morticians are also healthcare workers so that they become part of the target. And in every county, there's a psychosocial well-being team that supports health workers in the counties. So what you need to do as a peer support group is link up with the county mental health focal persons and discuss how you can get roped into the psychosocial well-being, psychosocial support for healthcare workers. So in every county, there's a focal person for mental health. You can start from there. If you do need help to go up to the division, I think we have representation and we can rope you in. But wherever you are in the county, even in those health facilities, there are mental health focal persons that would help with psychosocial support. And there's a whole package that they can provide for you. Thank you.
You have something to add on it, on that, Petit?
Thank you, Madam Grace. I think we'll add up on that and we'll look into it. But at the moment, we're still in-house. We've not ventured into other things, but we will do that from next year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any question from our members? Questions are welcome. Students from KMTC, please don't shy off. We are here to learn. Branis, yes, you have a question? Hamuna swali ya mental health? Even with this economy of bottom up, how we manage stress? Yes, there's a question there.
Do you have a body? Do you have someone like specific institution? When I get to that point, I'm not able to fully complete it because of my mental breakdown. So I have somewhere not just having the pure talks that someone just talked to, but what about medically? How do I get help? Thank you.
Any other questions so that you can combine with that one? Yeah, I wanted us to answer both of them, or three questions at a go. Any other question, kindly? Okay, then you can respond to that one.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for that question. I'm not a mental health expert, but that is what I was bringing up. I know that there's a department at the Ministry of Health. They actually give a lot of support, more than what we are actually discussing. And I wish they would have been here, probably in the next conference. It's good to consider them. I'll try and get the number of the focal point, then I can share with Elkana and the team, and then they can share with you, because you need a lot of mental support, and it is there, and they are funded. There's a lot of money for mental health, healthcare workers, to support healthcare workers who are in distress and who do very strenuous jobs. So that one.
Out of research and felt need. At our level and at the peer support level, most important is be aware. Then we need to be able to identify and then do a referral and linkage to where that person can get help. In our health facilities, if we cannot get, if you don't have mental health services in our health facilities, there's always another facility that one can be linked with. That's why it's very important to have a relationship with the county and with the sub-county mental health focal person, so that you can establish and agree on clear referral and linkage pathways for people who develop symptoms and they need support. The HR is part of this Division of Mental Health, is part of the psychosocial team who provide support for healthcare workers. The HR are also involved, so we should not be afraid that something will, we will lose our job or something. It was a multidisciplinary team that was created then, and as he says, this is a lot of money, just that we're not asking for the services. So clear referral and linkage networks.
Then there was one last question from an online viewer. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I just wanted to tell the students that kidogo, so though I don't want to mum you a lot, I teach stress management to these students, and as you stated when you were doing your presentation, with a slight touch or with a slight tap at our back, we retreat. You, the society, have looked up on us so much, and we also want to show you that we are normal human beings. These girls or young men are living their age. If the others put on tights, we also put on tights. We are human beings. And we just want to show the society we are the same with them. Maybe a challenge to Madam Coordinator, Madam Beth. During induction, can you have a forum of dress code and grooming before we criminalize them? And I love you, my students, so much.
Sorry for taking you back, Madam Grace. I didn't know that this mic, I'm supposed to place it here for the online students to, or our online members to get the answers. So kindly, you're going to repeat for the PTSD treatment so that the person who asked, at least he can be enlightened on that area.
All right, post-traumatic stress disorder. The treatment first, be able to identify the symptoms. Most of them will be psychological, they'll be behavioral. So once you identify the symptoms, then most of the management will be symptomatic. And predominantly, we have psychotherapy to deal with the thoughts, the feelings, and the behaviors that need to change. But peradventure, the symptoms are disabling, like the component of anxiety, which is very present in PTSD, and the person is not able to function, or the person cannot sleep because of the nightmares and reliving the experience in dreams and the flashbacks, then we might want to involve some medication. So it is two-pronged, psychotherapy and pharmacotherapy, whereby one might be put on medication to try and bring down some symptoms so that he or she will be able to function. So psychotherapy and pharmacotherapy when necessary.
Okay, thank you. And for Rashid Kamau, is it possible as Morticians to be having a CME on mental health support oftenly? That one I can say definitely yes. We are planning on that come 2024. And we need our full participation on that because our mental health is our wealth, isn't it? If you're not right here, then everything else crashes. Cindio. So we need that mental health. Let us be joining the peer support group, the meetings. We have them quarterly in every year. So let us be joining those meetings. And so far, so good. I think Mr. Felix Othiambo is he around? Okay, then I'll call upon psychological first aid in mortuary science, Mrs. Nafisa Bakari. Let's appreciate her as she comes, please. Tumu-appreciate vizuri jameni. Makofi ya moyo, 1, 2, 3. Mpaka afike hapa, 1, 2, 3. Karibu, utuelimishe jioni ya leo. Aya, asanteni.
Good afternoon. Wow, all protocols observed. My name is Nafisa, and from where I come from, they say when your boss speaks, then you are only remaining with very few words. Madam Grace is my mentor, my teacher, my boss, the mental health advocate, and I'm speaking after her. After she has given a very engaging talk on mental health. Like this. Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, hello, can you hear me now? Well, so I'm here to speak about still part of it's still part of mental health, but specifically on psychological first aid. When we hear first aid, we know what we are talking about, yeah? We've heard about first aid. So when we hear of first aid, it's the first response. Huh? However, this specifically is on the first aid that we offer through our emotional support. And someone asked a question. We are talking about helping others, but who is taking care of us as morticians? We do a lot. We take care of, we see dead people every day. We take care of the relatives, but who is taking care of our emotional and the physical help that we need? So I will just speak about the psychological first aid. Who's moving the slides? Yes, just go to the next. So when we talk about psychological first aid, then we are looking at methods of helping people in distress. And we are saying as morticians, most of the times we find ourselves in distress. And most of the time, some of these challenges then incapacitate us. We are not able to do our work as required. We get overwhelmed. So who is there to take care of this distress? Who is there to show us empathy? And we are saying for the psychological first aid, then we need someone to help us, offer this assistance as soon as we are going through them. Who requires it? Those who are exposed to a traumatic or emergency incidents, including responders and supporters. And we are saying, as morticians, we are exposed to traumatic environment. You can just imagine every day you are seeing dead bodies. Every day you are seeing relatives who come overwhelmed with grief. They are crying, and you are there, you are supposed to handle all that together. So who offers it? We say anyone can offer psychological first aid. What you need is skills and just having the knowledge of how to go about it. So even you as morticians, between yourselves, you can offer psychological first aid before you go look for that professional psychologist or a counselor. Among yourselves, you are able to offer this help to one another. Where can it be provided? At the place where the trauma is happening, where the incident is happening. I have a colleague, we are working in a mortuary together, and I see this person is overwhelmed, they are breaking down, they can no longer take it anymore, but I'm there, I can help them. I can help them handle these emotions and continue with the job that they are doing. So of course, it's when that the incident has happened and where it's whatever place that the trauma has happened or the incident has happened, then you can offer it. You don't need to look for a room with the seats. It can be offered where you are. So we are saying, why would we offer it to morticians? Why should morticians get psychological first aid? And the reason is, next slide. again, putting it in my few words, and Madam Grace explained the same thing, that we are saying morticians handle the dead bodies, they store them, they hand the bodies to us, and we look at it as a very simple job, that it's just their job that they are doing. But what we don't know is there are a lot of psychological effects in it. But who talks about it? Nobody talks about that. Nobody cares. We come, we want our body, we take the body and leave, crying, and we expect that mortician to continue. But we are saying there are a lot of psychological issues that come with the job that the morticians are doing, and that they actually need someone to offer them the psychological first aid to enable them to continue doing what they do. And I wouldn't go maybe much into, next slide, into the symptoms, because Madam Grace talked about the mental health challenges that the morticians go through, but maybe just to emphasize on the stigma, which I'm sure it's one of the main challenges that we face in the ground. And maybe I would just want to know how many of us can even share with other colleagues, especially for the students. How many of you have shared what you do in KMTC? Or even how many people know where you work and what do you do? Again, because of fear of stigma. You don't want to be labeled as a person who works in a mortuary. Why? Because again, maybe because of cultural beliefs, people wouldn't want to associate with you, and such things. So you can imagine, because of that, you'll keep on isolating yourself, being alone, and that can now lead to other mental health issues like depression, as Madam Grace had said about, burnout and all that. So just to look at way ahead, kidogo, yeah, some of the signs and symptoms that one can come up with. I will just go through them first, because Madam Grace had also talked about them. You go to the hospital every now and then, you're having frequent headaches, you feel tired, they run a number of tests, they find nothing. But the reason could be you're having a burnout, or you're going through stress, or you have anxiety. So again, these are things that you can present with as signs that they are showing you are having a mental health challenge. So when we come to psychological first aid, we are saying the things that, the purpose of psychological first aid. Move to the next slide, please. Purpose of psychological first aid are these 4 things: instilling hope, protecting, connecting, and comforting. And these are things that we can offer amongst ourselves. We don't need to go to the counselor to get this. We can instill hope amongst ourselves. We know the type of job we do. The seniors, we've been there in the field for the longest time. How are we able to cope? What are the mechanisms that we've put in place? Then we share them with the juniors, and they also do the same. Protecting, which are the safety measures? Safety in terms of physical, safety in terms of emotional. How well do you balance your work-life affairs? Can you also do the same? Can you also train the juniors on doing the same? Connecting, do you have support systems? Happy to hear that you have a peer support system. That's a very good thing, because that is where you go and share with the rest and learn some of the skills that the others have used to cope. And in the process, you also get to know which are the good ones and which are the wrong. Maybe you've been using wrong ones all along. And this also helps you to carry on. And comforting. When she spoke about difficult clients, I'm looking at these people as grieving relatives. But how was she able to handle these grieving relatives? How else will I handle them? Maybe they came, they hit me, I felt bad. How did I react? How best would I react on that? So these are some of the things that psychological first aid is going to empower morticians with. And we would like that the peers the peer support, get skills on how to go about using these skills in psychological first aid to also help the others. So just what we've said, the purpose being promoting sense of safety, promoting calmness, and this is also now dealing with anxiety, burnouts, and all, promoting a sense of self and collective efficacy, knowing when to say, this is enough, I cannot take it from here, the rest, I think somebody else can do it, or I can do it tomorrow. At the same time, when you can pick where the other colleague is actually breaking down, and you tell your colleague, you know what, I think you can stop here, I can carry on from here, and the rest will help you. And that is how we help each other. Next. Of course, the do's and don'ts when it comes to psychological first aid. One is to stay calm, you as the person who is offering psychological first aid, and to show understanding of the situation and their experience. And that is why we are saying the best people who can do this are the peer supporters and those who are senior in the profession, because they have gone through it, they have learned a number of coping mechanisms, and they are able to help the others in doing the same. You don't exploit your relationship as a helper. Don't use the fact that you have the skills, then you know it all and you want people just to follow what you're saying. Take it one step at a time. Make it clear to people that even if they refuse help now, they can always have it next time. You try to offer help to someone, you feel some resistance, don't force it. Just tell them, I am here. Anytime you feel you need help, I'm here, just come, I will help you. Behave appropriately by considering the person's culture, age, and gender. Again, we come from diverse, so you come to me, you approach the first time, I'm having resistance. Again, consider where I'm coming from. Maybe it's my culture that does not allow. My age, I'm too young, I've been very new into this field, I don't know how to handle such situation. Please take it slow and consider all that. Respect privacy and keep the person's story confidential if this is it's appropriate. Someone, when she was giving a report on why some of the morticians were preferring going to a counselor who is outside their working station, was because of confidentiality. And I would want to say that in a profession of especially taking care of mental health, then confidentiality is paramount. And everybody has to respect that. And even if you go to a counselor who is in your station, just be sure that they are going to handle you with a lot of respect and confidentiality. So they will handle you as that is supposed to be. Same for psychological first aid. If you are the person who is offering it as a mortician, then you have to maintain privacy and confidentiality of your colleagues. Respect people's right to make their own decision. If they say they are not ready for getting help that particular time, just let them be. They will come when they are ready. Don't force it. And let them know you are listening. Nod your head and say, like, you should be present. That's what we are saying. When you are offering psychological first aid, then be there for that person. Let them know that you're listening. Let them know that you are really ready to offer the help that they need. And these are the principles that Madam Grace also mentioned when you're offering psychological first aid. You need to look, listen, and link. 3 things. As you are looking, you are observing. You are observing this person from how they are behaving. You are observing for if they need any basic needs. You are observing if they are in distress. After that, you go close and listen. What are they trying to say? What is it that they need? Among these basic needs, are you able to offer, or can you refer to somebody else who can offer them? That's what we are saying. And linking is linking appropriately. Do they need someone to talk to who is a professional counselor, then refer if you have one among your facility. If it's something that you can handle there and then again, do so. Those are the things that we want to hear, especially for our colleagues. What is it that we can do for them at that particular time, and where do we refer them to? Is it a medical issue that we need to refer to a doctor, and so on? Next. And finally, it's just general ways of managing ourselves. And like we said, again, learn coping mechanisms. Of course, we learn from our colleagues, and we have our own that we know that we have been able to use for the longest time. Take time to rest, eat, and relax. I know we say sometimes job gets very overwhelming, we don't have time to eat, but we need that food for us to continue with the work that we are doing. We need to rest for us to become very productive. Keep reasonable working hours so that you do not become too exhausted. Remember that you are a human being by the end of the day. And as a human being, we all have limits. There's only so much we can do. What we cannot do, we say, hapa imefika, I think I cannot. I need to take a rest. Again, we avoid alcohol. We know why we are avoiding alcohol, all of us. We are all avoiding alcohol here. We are minimizing. The last one, eh? We are minimizing or we are avoiding? We are managing. We are trying to manage well. So all these things, we know what happens when you take alcohol. When alcohol becomes your friend every now and then, what happens? We will seek the help that she is talking about. Eh? Yeah, we'll be seeking that help, and you might even lose the job that you're doing, because we'll need to get you some other form of treatment, which will take a longer time, and you might lose your job. So alcohol is not the best way to cope up with our stress. Check with your fellows, like we said, peers, seniors. Let's help each other in managing our stress. And that is all when it comes to psychological first aid. And thank you for being very attentive. And I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much, Madam Nafisa Bakari. Let's appreciate her kindly. That's better. Sawa sawa. Shukran. Asante sana. So we are going to combine your questions. At this juncture, allow me to welcome Mr. Alex Chwea for certification, licensing, and regulatory framework in mortuary practice in Kenya, just to give us a comprehensive overview of the same, because we need to, a little light should be shed on us on matters concerning certification and licensing. Let us appreciate him as he comes. And as she speaks, kindly prepare your questions on psychological first aid. He will answer together with Mr. Alex.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is it afternoon or is it evening? Is it evening? Oh, okay. So, good evening, everyone. So, the chairperson, Mapake, the executive committee, and esteemed members, as well as guests who are around, and our Madam Registrar. I want to make a short presentation on issues of certification, licensing, and regulatory framework of mortuary practice. So my name is Chwea Alex. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Clinical Medicine, Nairobi campus. So you can put on my slides. So as we were listening to Madam Grace and Madam Nafisa speak, It reminded me of during my many years in the medical school. And I remember my first interaction with the bodies in the morgue and the anatomy lab. And the first day was not that easy. I had fears and phobias. So the first day I spent in the, those small rooms. We were doing our practicals at Chiromo. So the second day when we came, I think there was someone reading something from the ground floor. And, I felt like, and down there on that table there was a hand. We were doing anatomy of the upper limb. And I felt like it was moving. And then after that, I went to General Cargo Funeral Home in Thika. And I think it was during my practical placement. So we had someone who was died in the ward, and we had to wheel the person to the morgue. And when we arrived at the morgue, so the guy left me in the morgue all alone because it was around 6. I think he went to pick something. And so I was all alone that morgue. I've never been that place. So, and as I was looking around, I realized that there was a body which was being done, post-mortem. Then there was another fresh body. I think it was an RTA. So all of a sudden I realized that, yes, I'm ski. Okay, so I was saying all of a sudden I realized that actually the bodies were moving. And I was so scared and I was so stressed. So I had to dash out of that room to try and save myself because, I had that bodies can move and things can happen. And yesterday someone was telling us about the issue of, people talking the body and telling them, you need to move. In our cultures. So going back to history of mortuary science, I'm sure for the students and the experts in this house, how it started back, in Egypt and many other countries, including Mesopotamia, where, preservation of bodies was done. It was like embalming in a way, that is the mummy. What do we call them? The bodies in Egypt, the preservation which was done. Yes? Mummies, yes. So anyway, and that when you look at that history up to where we are, we have made a lot of progress. And in that progress, we started by whatever was happening in Egypt. Then there came an era of urbanization, and during Agrarian Revolution, and then later on, we started developing rules governing this practice. And today, as we are speaking, in our country, we are training mortuary science at diploma level. So you realize that this practice is quite important when it comes to, public health standards and ensuring safety. So, so certification, licensing, and regulation framework is essential. And during when I was looking at these materials, I was doing the review. In my mind, I was thinking, are there criteria utilized, maybe perhaps looked at when it comes to licensing of mortuary science? What are the mechanisms which are being employed, and as well as evaluating the effectiveness and ensuring that the quality of mortuary science services and practice is well taken care of, as well as the whole population. And you realize that this is a big market. Look at those statistics, that in every 1,000 people, we lose around of non-communicable disease and many other. So when I was doing this review, I looked at various materials, both those which have been published, and as well as gray literature materials. That means they cannot be referred to scientifically, but at least they tend to inform So, and my aim was to ensure that I look at areas which can shed light on potential areas of improvement, examine the alignment of regulatory framework with international best practices, and drawing comparisons to enhance global competitiveness of the Kenya's mortuary science sector. So looking at the regulatory frameworks and, or bodies and authorities, one is good to know that it's important to have or regulate all healthcare professions, including mortuary science, so that we can ensure that we maintain the standards. So there are various agencies involved. One is KHPOA, and you know, KHPOA is mandated to provide oversight of health regulatory authorities. So we have various regulatory authorities in our country. So the role of KHPOA to ensure that it offers oversight for those regulatory authorities and also define the scope of practice of all healthcare cadres, as well as the regulatory bodies and authorities. We also, I think day one yesterday, we had someone speaking about KEBS, and KEBS offers comprehensive standards, development, conformity, and you know, assessment. So some of these regulatory bodies, you can see them. So for nurses, we have Nursing Council, many others, including Clinical Officers Council, and we're hoping that soon we'll be having one for mortuary science. So what are the functions of these regulatory bodies? One is to ensure that they regulate the profession, and they do this by one, accrediting training institutions, ensuring that whatever quality of training they offer, then they must have met the standards. And number two, ensuring that they index all the students. And I think it is not happening currently in the practice of mortuary science. One is because we don't have the regulatory body. Okay, it's under KHPOA, but it's not independent. And then again, looking at the standards, that there must be internship placement after completing the training. It administers licensing examination, and as well as registration licensing of professionals. And additionally, they do recording of licensed professionals in the national register, as well as looking into the scope of practice and career guidelines for either mortuary science or any other healthcare profession. Additionally, they oversee, these regulatory authorities or agencies tend to oversee one, renewal of licensure or license, compliance with the mandatory continuous professional development training requirements, that is CPD. You know that for each, you know, to inform new changes in the practice, then we need to have what is known as continuous professional development. And that this can be provided in many ways, including what we have today. We are already developing and sharing ideas about this profession. It also takes action on disciplinary actions on members. And if there's anyone leaving the profession or anyone want to join the profession again, that's their role. Additionally, they provide data not only on training, but entry of new professionals, and ensure issues of quality and quantity, and as well as get to know the actual number of practicing members. And lastly, there's something known as attrition, and attrition is usually when you have people exiting the profession. The importance of these regulatory authorities and agencies? Yes. One of them is enhancing public health safety. This is one of the important benefits of having this profession. And we have talked about many things. There was a presenter who talked about IPC, infection prevention control, and the issues of vaccination. So with this, then we want to ensure that is achieved. There is an issue of professional competence through training, issues of ethics, and for any profession to be able to work, then we must uphold ethical principles, ensuring that there is a quality of service and prevent abuse and fraud. We have had people, you know, they are in the morgue, and you know, there's a fresh body which has been brought in. Someone decided to harvest organs. So that's abuse and fraud. So continual improvement, community trust, emergency preparedness. And for example, I can give the case of huko Shakahola, si ndio? That was an emergency case and we need to clear those bodies. So lastly, there's the issue of global standards and standardization. So I also looked at the various laws governing mortuary science practice. And some of the laws I come across is the Public Health Act. And this act has several, the CAP has several acts under it. And some of them talking about, you know, the issues of parole, how to handle and transport bodies, and many other things. There are several areas which are covered under the Public Health Act. That is CAP 242. There is another act, again, I think in the morning, Robert talked about it. And, you know, the issue of medical training or training, institute training anatomy, issues of examination of a human body and many other things. And specific act which talks about this is Act number 21 of 1967. There's also parts and deaths registration, that's CAP 149. We have also National Corona Service, and I think again Robert talked about it in the morning. And the various county governments also have their own rules and regulations, which mention something to do with mortuary science. Perhaps I don't know whether it's the same across all the counties, but I think for those of us working in the counties, perhaps you have different experience. Then there's also professional association like our association now. It tends to have also its own guidelines which governs the profession. Others include health and safety regulations and the labor laws. I don't know whether there's any other I've not mentioned, but we can also go look for any other law which may be talking about this one. I talked about the ethical and professional standards, which also tend to govern any profession. And one of the principles in ethical, actually we have like 4 principles governing the profession. That's ethical principles. And I've had people talk about confidentiality, isn't it? And it's very key when it comes to, you know, practice of mortuary science and handling human body. So certification, for you to obtain a certificate, then you must have undergone training. And it must be up to the standards. And, you know, currently, you know that in our country, we want to equate or refer to CAN-QA requirements when it comes to standards. Whatever level you're training at, whether it's a certificate level or, you know, a diploma level, you must consider CAN-QA standards. So to finalize this, it's important to note, I may not go into the details, but I realize that, for example, you know, the CAN-QA has its own admission requirements, and then training institutions also have their own additional requirements for training, both certificate, diploma, and now we are saying that we headed to the degree level, isn't it? And I think MT should be thinking to have an HND in mortuary science. So to finalize this discussion, I want to end by saying that certification, licensing, and regulatory framework in mortuary practice are essential components that will contribute to overall integrity, 1. That's number 2, professionalism, ensure that, you know, whatever we do is reflects the profession and the safety of the industry, as well as provide assurance to the public. Remember what we are just being told around, that if you are a mortuary science, sorry, if you are a mortician or a mortician, you go out and, you know, with those attires, and I say, you know, I'm a mortician and I want to go town. The guy in the border may not carry you. But based on this, then we may improve the profession. So otherwise, Santeni Sana, maybe you can put the next slide. So I came across some interesting articles online, and one was asking, you know, become a mortuary science attendant? No, over my dead body, it cannot happen. But where we are currently, there's need for skilled workers, and thank God CAMTIS is there. So we have already introduced the diploma training, and I think the dreams are coming true. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alex Chair, for that oversight or that overview. Give me 5 minutes.
questions in the meantime. Any questions on certification? Okay. Any questions, kindly? If not, let's welcome Felix.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much, delegates, for staying steady and being active during the sessions. I would really appreciate. I was to make a presentation on challenges of blended learning among mortuary science students, but because of time and also because of the things that we've had today, I'll request that we start with that tomorrow morning before we embark with the program for tomorrow. So let's note that somewhere, that our presentation will start tomorrow morning at exactly 8:30, which I'll be doing a presentation on challenges of blended learning among mortuary science students, followed by Dr. Siminyu's presentation. Thereafter, we'll have Dr. Oduor, representing the Division of Forensic and Pathology Services. Thereafter, we'll be having a session on repatriation processes. We'll be having a representative from Kenya Airways, those who are privy to information of repatriation. This will be an area of concern. Those who have never done repatriation, it will be very important that we be keen on this. Thereafter, we'll have Dr. Ngulungu, who will do a closing remark and issue our certificates. So I'll request, if we don't have much of ado today, we end it there and start our session tomorrow morning at 8:30, that I'll be presenting challenges that we face as mortuary science students on blended learning. So I'll request someone to pray for us. We end the session today, then we meet tomorrow morning after taking a cup of tea. Thank you very much. May God bless you. And we really value the feedback that we are having. It's very important to our online speakers, or our online audience. We appreciate and we are seeing what you are posting, and we are taking them very keenly. Remember, it's important that we grow this profession as one family. So let's welcome Ivan Sirenge to close with a word of prayer for this session today.
Asante sana Bwana Sekretari. Tuamini na tuombe. Mungu Baba, tazama tunakuja mbele zako jioni ya leo tukisema ni asante. Umetuongoza tangu asubuhi tulipokuwa tukiwasili katika masomo yetu. Mungu wetu, tumeona baraka zako, tumeona speakers wako wamekuwa baraka katika maisha yetu. Tazama wakati huu Mungu Baba, imefika wakati tunarudisha shukurani mbele zako kwa kuwa umetulinda, umetuongoza mchana kutwa hadi ya jioni ya leo. Tazama tunapotoka tukielekea barabarani, Mungu Baba, hata tunapoenda pumzika, jioni ya leo utakuwa kiongozi wetu na mlinzi wetu. Tazama tunaombea viongozi wote wa association, kuanzia kwa chairman, secretary na wote viongozi wengine tunawakabidhi mbele zako. Tumeona upendo wako, tumeona baraka zako zikiwa ndani yao. Tazama sifa na utukufu zote zitakurudia, na katika jina la Yesu tunaomba na kuamini.
apologies, as we are enjoying this song as we move out, kindly members, delegates, let me pass this. Hello, kindly. Hello, allow me to pass this. It was an oversight. Hello. Hello, allow me to pass this. My apologies. Kindly tomorrow, as we wind up the session, or as we come to close the conference tomorrow, I would request humbly that all the members of the association, the dress code for tomorrow is any association's t-shirt. Any that we've been having since. Thereafter, we'll have another function in the evening. We'll be having our dress code as this year's t-shirts for the theme. So tomorrow is any association t-shirt color, then in the evening we'll be having this year's theme color. Asante. Twende hiyo bali safi.